We are ready to rock. We survived day one, and we're here for day two to work on King Joko's Awakened Army for my Age of Sigmar Ossiarch Bone Reapers. And you'd think, yesterday, after 7 hours, I would have had enough hobby. 7 hours of streaming and talking about plastic toys, I would have had enough. But no. Last night at like midnight, I was up painting painting Wookiees and Star Wars Legion stuff. I also messed around with a couple of colors. So I was playing around with one of the models not from the Battle Force. He needs a lot of love, but he's gonna go over there. And what we're gonna do today, our goal for today is to get all the base coats on. So this is going... It's going to be a little interesting because we need to also figure out the order of operations for these base coats while we're doing it. I haven't done a test model for these guys yet, so that's one of the first things that we're going to do today. We're going to start doing the base coats, and while we do that, we're going to prioritize one model, and he's going to be our test model. And one of the first things we want to get done today is getting him fully painted. Like completely start to finish done. Just to make sure we have this order of operations sort of worked out. Before I started the idea of doing the streaming, I probably really should have done that on a different model. Maybe used one of my old models to do it. But we're going to do it as we go today. As I do know there are some steps that we want to do. So we're going to start those steps and then sort of work through them as we work on him too. So about 3 or 4 steps into the process, I'm not sure I have the order of operations correct. So that's where it's going to start getting interesting. But you know what? Trial and error. We're figuring it out. We're going. They're undead skelly boys. So what did I do? Last night after the stream, bird's still a little wiggly. I went ahead and I base coated everything. Or primed it rather. And then at about midnight, I went back and cleaned up any area the primer hadn't really hit. So just little spots I missed or spots that weren't dark enough, stuff like that. And I cleaned that up with a slightly lighter black. It's going to give us some variation in the color, which is fine, because we're going to cover fucking everything in color shift paint. So I did that for all of the models. So we are left with this army of shadows at the moment. And yeah, and we are pretty much just good to go. So we're going to pick this guy right here. He's got a cool sword and a really cool head. He's going to be our... oh man, I broke the lid on that one. Lame. These game color lids, you can tighten them so much they actually explode. So you gotta be careful with it. So this guy's gonna be our test model right here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get some color down on his base. For that, we're going to use Banshee Brown from Army Painter. I have a lot of this paint, so that's one of the reasons we're using it. And 2, it's gonna make a nice kind of like kind of warm sand color. And the thing about this is that when we hit it with a wash, it's going to look really nice. We'll have a nice... Because it's going to be a little bit lighter than it normally would be. So we're going to wind up with a nice like shift in tones on the base without doing a lot of work on it. So we're just going to go ahead. We're going to just fill his base in. And this guy's going to be our test model. So as he dries, we're going to keep coming back and moving the steps forward on him faster than on all the other models. So like after this guy's base is dried, we're going to start the next coat, etc., like that. So he's going to get a little bit of turbo look at the future here. I'll set him down for a couple minutes, let that dry, and we'll just start doing other guys. Just start knocking the bases out, production line style. Alright. Yeah, if we get a little bit of this on the oil plots from yesterday, that's fine. And we kind of expect to do that because, you know, the oil's kind of like mixed into the ground. It's not like, you know, it's not like this thing that has to sit perfectly above it, right? Even their feet and stuff are probably going to have a little bit of this base color. So why are we doing this base color first? One, it's a nice big step, right? And two, on some of the models, it's going to be hard to get this paint up and under the model once the model's fully painted. So to avoid that problem, I've decided to do this step first. And also, I'm still kind of waking up. So it's a nice step for like the first of the morning. So like I said, I was up at midnight painting Wookiees. So, was that the most, I don't know, responsible thing to do when I'm doing this stream challenge? No. Was I still up at midnight painting Wookiees? Yes. So, we're doing a nice easy step. Also, this is a step that I really fucking don't like. So, if we knock it out in the beginning, I'm happy about that. So we're going to get through about 5 more guys, and we're going to go back and do the base coat on our test model. But yeah, just a nice easy step for the morning while we wake up. We will be getting to some detail painting later. At least we should be getting to some detail painting later, so we'll have to have our painting eyes on later. So we'll save that energy for right now. Yeah, it should be good. HQ guys and all, they have kind of fancy bases, but it's all good. And we don't need perfect color coverage with this sand color. Because when we hit it with a wash, it'll even a lot of it out. So yeah, for Guild Wars, they put out another trailer for End of Dragons, which is really exciting. I have not watched it yet, But apparently Krakatoric shows up in it, which is kind of cool. We'll see what that sort of means in the story. Personally, I think the story's gonna do like a shoop de whoop. It's gonna be like, oh, the Canthons are actually using the dragon energy or something. And the dragon's actually like chained up, and all the evil Aether Blade people were actually trying to release the dragon. You know, maybe something like that. That's what I'm expecting anyway. I'm expecting a little bit of a shoop de whoop. We'll see if I'm right. I do have a very weird Asura with heterochromia. It's like a main villain this time. Seems kind of cool. We'll see how that goes. I'm excited for this story. I've really enjoyed this story since Path of Fire. I think it's been really good, so looking forward to it. I am kind of disappointed Casimir and Marjorie are coming back because I fucking hate them. I hate them so much. Like, you got all these other crazy characters doing all this crazy shit, and then fucking, like, they're just lame, right? And as a person, as an LGBT person, like, the LGBT characters being lame is not the representation I want. Because, like, both Casimir and Marjorie are lame. Like, they're just... They're either, like... They either talk too much and just do, like, the human nobility bullshit, which is always fucking stupid. Or they're just fucking weak. Like, fucking weak as shit. Like... And it's like, no, I don't want that. Like, Marjorie was a badass when she first got introduced, and she was awesome. And then, like, her sister died, and they've just made her crippled by it. And it's really obnoxious. And it's like super, super, super... Oh, that's actually oil. Shit. Alright, we'll have to fix that. It's super obnoxious, too, because, like, her sister's soul, like, lives in her sword. And it's like they've, like, forgotten that. So, like, when she was in Bajora's Marches and, like, freaking out about her sister every time, I was like, oh my god. Like, get your shit together, Marjorie. Like, for real. And then Casimir, like, fucking, like, the hiccuping thing and all, like, it's such, like, garbage tier writing she is. She's like someone's fucking OC. Oh. Anyway, that's my rant about Casimir and Marjorie. Not a fan. Alright. That's enough bases. Let's do our second set of colors on this guy. So I actually need to knock my whole streaming setup over, apparently. I need about 350. So, for colors that are very runny, I like to use a bottle cap and work out of that. So, where is it? This color shift paint Pretty sure it's the right one. Let me double check. Is this one right? Purple? Yeah. This color shift paint is awesome, but it is super, super liquidy. So, I'm going to put it in there. Then we're going to switch to a little bit bigger brush. Where's our size 6? There it is. And we're going to cover pretty much the whole guy in this. And this is the step of the order of operations that I'm not sure about. Because most of this is going to get covered up again. But I think the black parts that are going to get missed in the next step, I think this will give them the same shine, which is something we want. So, doesn't have to be perfect coverage, but you know, just like that. We want some of the oil plot down there too. Okay. Cool. Since we have more out, we're just going to keep going with it. So what we're going to do is most of this is going to get covered up, but in the spots that we miss, we want it to have that same shine. That's our goal with doing this. I don't know if it's like this is a wasted step and we should just leave it black, or if this is like the secret step to making them look really cool. So it's one of the things we're testing with that start model. I just got out way more paint than I need, so we're just going to do one. Yeah, we'll just keep going down the line and use up all this color shifter so it doesn't go bad. Yeah, see, we don't need color shifter on the weapon there because we're going to paint everything in that weapon in. But there's going to be, since we're going to dry brush on all the bone color, there's going to be parts of the bone color that we miss. And that's what we want the color shift to shine through for. So it looks like he's got like the gross oil underneath. And not just black. But yeah, I've seen some other characters. I don't know if Bram's coming back. That's weird. He probably will be. He's been like the fucking main character of the fucking game, which is bizarre, but whatever. So I don't know if he's coming back, but we've seen Timey and Goric, and I love both of them. I especially love Goric. He's the fucking best. Like, whoever wrote Goric, like, for real, thank you for giving me, like adorable, adorable, autistic, fucking, Asura man, bug man, like, because Goric's a fucking gift, man, I tell you. I'll tell you what, he's adorable, and it's funny. I want to kiss him. Also, let it be said, speaking of Goric and Blish is his robot brother. It's really weird that after we killed Krauk, we didn't go searching for Blish. Because he might have still been alive. Like, as far as I know, right up until that battle, they were still using him to track. Which means he might have still been alive. So I don't know why we didn't go digging through Krauk looking for Blish. Enough for one more guy. We'll do this guy. So yeah, I just kind of rolled my other Bone Reapers into these guys. I'm not going to count the big Bone Reapers as part of the challenge, but I'm gonna count all 30 troops because they've reached a point where I just can't tell them apart anymore. Right, like it's just 3 units of 10 now. I don't know which ones we started with, so here we go. All right, so we're gonna let them. We'll just keep knocking out bases now. After we do, I don't know, 10 or 15 more bases, we'll come back and hit our test model with his next step. Alright, and if that stuff works out, and we'll just keep going back and forth like this, right? Like, it keeps it interesting. Keeps me not necessarily doing the same thing, but it keeps us, you know, completing steps, getting stuff done. Just what we want. But yeah. So I've got an Asura needing some Aether Blades as the bad guy, which is pretty cool. It'll be fun to have like an Asura bad guy. So far we've had a human bad guy in Mayor Beetleton. He had a big thing with the White Mantle. We had a Sylvari bad guy in Scarlet. We had a Char bad guy in Bangar. We had a Norn bad guy yet? I don't think so. Can't think of one. Besides like little stories or whatever, but like being the big bad of like part of one of those stories. I don't think we've had a Nord bad guy yet. So, yeah, should be cool. I like all the Aether Blade stuff. I think it's fun. And I think they're a fun, like, I don't know. I won't say Team Rocket, but like Cobra from G.I. Joe kind of bad guy. Right? Like they keep coming back and I think that's cool. So yeah, people were talking about the fact that there's supposed to be a like before it comes out like patch notes thing talking about all the changes they made to the classes and stuff. They still haven't put it out yet, which is interesting. I'll be playing my engineer Comstar. He and his robot friend will be exploring Kanta. And I kind of really want to play my hunter. Hello! How goes it? I kind of really want to play my hunter because in Guild Wars 1, I played a warrior with a hammer and a pet. And that's kind of exactly what the new hunter's about. But the class is just really bad. Like not fun. Not even like not good. It's like not fun. It's so bad. Like the pet just does nothing on its own. You have to completely micro it. And I'm sorry, but that's just not fun. Like, that's like not fun at all. So Probably won't be doing that one. Though I kind of really want to play Honor. The new soul for Revenant is really cool. It's getting like the great sword, and you get this ability that like switches between 2 modes. It's really cool. Really enjoy it. However, I don't enjoy it more than Renegade. Renegade is an awesome soul, and lore-wise, it's really cool. Because it's the lady that freed the Char from like oppression under the hands of the like Fire Legion, Flame Legion. So like that's a really cool idea for a soul. And as my Revenant's a Char, I'm like, that's awesome. The new one is some like Canthan double sword masters thing. It's kind like I get that there's lore for them, but it's not like Ronin or Char Revolutionary Lady level pulls, right? Or like King Jalis. I think his name is Jalis, the Dwarven King guy, right? Like a lot of those souls are really fucking cool, like conceptually. And this one that's just like 2 Blade Masters is just not as cool. Brush is pretty knackered, so when we get to the detail painting parts, we're gonna have to find a new brush. Alright, we'll do. Really need to make sure that guy is dry before the next dry brushing part, so we're gonna give him a little extra just to make sure. Goal is to have, if this wash works out, as you notice, I'm probably getting a little messy on some of these. I'm getting the like base paint on the models. That's fine. We can just hit that with the bone color, which is fine. Also, the globs of oil, while I'm trying to like half maintain them, they're probably going to get hit during the dry brushing step anyway. So like I'm not going to do them in their like reflective paint and stuff right now. So if they get a little bit of black, if they get a little bit of brown, more brown than I would like on them, that's fine. But the warrior soul's really neat. You get this like gun, katana, cannon thing that's really cool. However, it has like no buffing ability or like no like real like team play focus at all. So because of that, just don't see myself playing it. I really like doing like a half support, half damage thing. And I know that probably makes me a bad, and it's really how I enjoy playing. So like my engineer, he's Condi damage and healing power right now. That's what he's going to be when the expansion comes out for his robot. So yes, that means he won't do either role particularly well. He'll be kind of in the middle with both of them. But I think that's fun, right? And since I'm not like trying to be like super hard or any fucking nonsense, I'd rather have like a build that I think is interesting than one that's like meta effective. And that probably blows a lot of people's minds, but I don't know. I think it's more fun. And like honestly, he works really, really, really well in solo content. So like if I'm just running around the world and stuff, like he can solo champions and all kinds of stuff because he just has enough resilience, and life and toughness and stuff, and also just healing power, so he can go the distance. And that's really nice. Well, he also just can drop enough fire damage on. Like he's not doing anything like crazy numbers wise, but he can do pretty good. You know, I can get them fire numbers rolling for like 10k or so. Which is pretty good for a character that's half set up for healing. You know? Yeah, it's definitely not in the range of like numbers people start bragging about. Seems like 25k is like in that range. That's when people seem to start bragging about it. But still a good time. You know, then you have the PvP numbers, which are just completely out there. It's like, how much damage did you do? 300k! It's like, what? Doesn't match up with PvE at all. How does that work? It has to do with like multiple targets being hit and differences in toughness, and it's really weird stuff that affects PvP numbers because you just have such granular control over the stats that your character has in Guild Wars. And there's not really any stats in this game that you have to take that you don't want. So like if you get a piece of armor and you just don't like the stats on it, like you can just go get a different set of stat armor. Like you can literally just be like, oh, I want less vitality on my gear. Oh, there's a set of gear that has less vitality. You know, it's not like World of Warcraft where it's like, oh, there's only one piece that drops at this eye level and it has, you know, XYZ garbage stat on it. You're like, no, I can fully control that. I can be like, I want this stat combo on this gear at this level. Which is really cool. So when we're done these guys, we will try our dry brushing of one of our oil painted guys. See how it goes. So we got this guy and then 2 more to do. And if we like how that looks, we'll just start oil painting these guys. And then I can swap between oil painting and doing the rest of the bases as we go. I've still got 1 HQ, 2 big guys, a cannon, 6 like medium troops, and the Gothazar Harvester to go. I might actually run out of paint before this guy's done. So if that's the case, alright. You're going to go in the undone pile, my friend, and we're going to get you when we pour more paint out. We're going to the best painting weapon you can ever have. And that is a $1.50 makeup brush from Walmart. This one is Wet n Wild. Um, these things are amazing for dry brushing. They are like the dry brushing secret. And the really fun thing here is we're not actually dry brushing. We're basically just going to use a full brush of paint, and we're essentially going to use dry brushing techniques to put that paint on. But we're not really dry brushing. So I gotta pop the lid on this one. Wow, new scale 75 paints. They have sealed lids. Oh, it's gonna be a great bone color. Really, really, really is. Ah, go. Throw that back in there. There we go. All right. Let's see. We're gonna pick right here to be our dry brushing spot. There we go. This is our buddy. There he is with this color shift paint. I'm gonna paint on a dry brush. I'm just gonna go to town. You're probably like, oh my god, you're covering up all the color shift paint. That's kind of the idea. We want him to be a skeleton, not a spooky, scary, I don't know, rave thing. But anywhere that's left over, we want it to have that color shift color. Right, so anywhere I miss, like in the crevices and stuff, that's where we want the color shift paint to be. Right, so we're not really pressing into the joints, we're trying to just get that top level there. Pull a piece of hair I missed off. See how well this works. And if the color shift paint's really worth even bothering with, or if we would just rather leave it black. The problem is the color shift paint is areas where the dry brush is kind of thinner, color shift paint's showing through a little bit. It's really not what we want. You can see it like down in the neck. That's pretty cool. God, where did you get all these little hairs from? You can see it like down in the joints and stuff. That's pretty cool. So what I think we'll do is I think we'll actually prioritize down in the joints and stuff with it. Yeah, I do think that's pretty good. I think I like that. Alright, since we still got a little bit of that bone paint out, let's start working on another guy. And we'll use it up and we'll just go from there. And we'll let that dry and see what we think about it. It's not bad. Alright. We'll let them dry as we keep going. We can think about how we want to do that. Because honestly, keeping the hands and feet, the oil color, would be pretty in fitting with how some of these guys look. So like, if you look at some of these guys, a lot of them have like the blackened hands and feet. Right, so if we have some black there, I don't think it's particularly bad. You know? You can see it, I think, on this guy too. Yeah, I don't think that's particularly bad if we do that, so. Alright. Okay. Let's keep going with bases while we let that guy dry and see what we think of it. She is our test model. These guys aren't technically part of the challenge, but we're going to do them anyway. So I want everybody to match, so. Did essentially double the size of the challenge for myself, but it's okay. It's also giving me an excuse not to feel bad if I fail a challenge, so. I can be like, well man, I just had all these other models that I added. That really beat me, you know? That's what's the thing. Skeleton warriors. Okay. That guy's base was really annoying to do. Let's do this HQ next, I guess. One of the things with dry brushing is there's always areas where you have to go back and clean up. So like there legitimately, as I do these guys, might be times where I have to go back, repaint them black, and then put some color shift on there. Right? I'm just thinking about the weapon of the HQ I did because I nicked it a little bit with the dry brush. And that's okay. So that's a little bit of acceptable cleanup, I think. don't think that's like the end of the world for not to have to do that, but it feels like, you know, it's the end result of dry brushing. It's really, I think it looks pretty good. You can see like a little bit of the color shift like down in there. I think that's pretty damn cool, to be honest. So we're going to do a couple more bases, and then we'll do some detail painting on him. And see how we feel about it as we go there. Also, we're going to have to dig out another brush, a better tipped brush to do the detail painting, just because this one's knackered. So, so yeah, I'm looking forward to EUD quite a bit. It's just gonna be fun to have something new in Guild Wars, right? Because like Guild Wars went through a really rough patch where they like fired like almost the entire development team, and then they weren't doing very well financially, and it was like, well, we're never gonna get any more Guild Wars content. It's probably the end of it. And then, like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, new expansion, everybody. It's like, what? Where did that come from? But it was cool. It was like this crazy surprise you were not expecting. They did say they were overhauling the water combat at one point, and that never came to be, which is a real shame. Because I like water combat. I think it has a lot of potential for being cool. I was really hoping they would have done that for this expansion, but I guess not. Let's get this guy done, and then we'll go back to our test models. But we do get 2 new mounts in this expansion. So we get the Siege Turtle, which is like a slow 2-person mount that can actually attack stuff, which is kind of cool. Because all mounts have 1 attack, but usually using it dismounts you. So this one doesn't. This one is this one lets a 2nd person ride with you and shoot things, which is kind of cool. And then we have the skiff, which is like a fishing boat, which is going to be a water mount, obviously, because it's a fucking boat. But the cool thing about that one is that it, when you're not like driving it around and you just stop it, it becomes a platform in the water. Which is going to be really cool, I think, for the new like skill, which is fishing. So you'll be able to like go out to the middle of like a big lake, put your platform out, and fish from there. It's pretty cool. It's a cool idea. Guild Wars 2 is really, they put a lot of love into their mounts. They really have. It's really surprising other games haven't followed suit with it, because they put so much effort into them. Alright, let's find a different brush, and then we will start detail painting on our test model. I might have to break out. Let's see if we can find some new brushes. Give me a sec. Ugh. Got a lot of fine detail brushes, but I'm looking for like a size 2. Here we go. There's a size 3 in this one. Ugh, this was like $6, by the way, on Black Friday. I love cheap brushes. I don't treat my brushes very well, so I like cheap ones. So it's a size 0, it's a size 3, size 2 0, 1, a flat 3, a 3 0. I was really hoping for a 2, but we'll do with this 3. Size 2 brushes are like my favorite. Because they have a big enough body to hold paint, but they still have a nice tip. So. Go. All right. Let's grab our boy here and do some detail painting. Do some gold. Now we'll stay on this one. So originally I didn't like this gold. I thought I'd picked a poor gold. But I was looking at, actually when I was playing GW2 last night when I stopped streaming at like, I don't know, 5 o'clock or whenever I stopped. I actually went to the Awaken Zones and I was like, no, that gold is perfect. And it really is like a perfect gold. So I was quite happy with it. Pretty much anything that's like metal plates is what we want to make gold, right? If it's connected up to some bone stuff, like the header of the shield still being bone, that's fine. I'm fine with that. But like this guy's shoulder armor here, I want that to be gold. Alright, I want that to be gold. Got like a chest ruby. I'm gonna do that in gold too. That connects up to this bone piece here. I'm just gonna do this whole shoulder pads in gold. And this is gonna vary model to model because some of these models, you know, they're all the Ossiarch Bone Reapers models are slightly different. So it's not going to be a thing like everybody has this chest ruby or whatever, you know. We're going to do this whole shoulder pads in gold. shield there. I'm not going to worry about the back of the shield. We're just going to let that stay black. I'm fine with that. But I do want to get the sides. So there's not like this bone color lip. We don't want that. We want that to be gold. Right, I'm going to hit the blade here again just to make sure we got good coverage. If there's an error right there we can fix. There we go. And that's all his gold in. That's all his gold in. Get it? Let's get a bone man. Let's keep going with our gold since we got it. We got this guy here. He's also been dry brushed. But yeah, see like his ghost parts here, we're gonna have to come back and touch those up again. This blade's gonna take a couple of passes. Maybe the handle on it in gold too. Seems like a very Joko thing. But yeah, it's definitely a weird thing, because the color shift paint underneath some of the white is giving it like a slightly purple tinge, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. So we'll have to let this dry, and then I'll consider it. I think it might be better just to leave it in black and just paint in the color shift where I want it, because I don't know if the color shift like up in there is actually really adding anything. I think it might actually look better if it's just black, to be honest. And then I'll paint in the color shift on like special models, like this guy on like the souls he's pulling out, or like, you know, like the stuff that's flying out of this guy's wings, stuff like that. I think that's probably the better use of it, now that I'm looking at it. Means that these guys might have a slightly, these two might have a slightly different look, and these like couple here, but that's fine. You're not really going to see it. That's part of the problem, is that how subtle it is. I'm being a dummy and I'm painting over semi-wet paint. I need to not do that. Sorry, my brain is processing what to do. I think we're gonna skip the color shift. I think that's what we're gonna do. I don't think it's adding anything in this situation, and I think we're gonna use it in just certain areas. I think that will look better, because I'm not a really big fan of the like purple tinge it's given to the bones. I'd rather have it just be bone color. So yeah, so I think that's what we're going to do. So this is why you do a test model, so you can modify your plans on the fly. This brush does not like drying paint at all. Alright, so we're going to say no to the color shift over the whole model. And we're going to say yes to it being painted in special areas. That's what we're going to do. And I think it will produce a nicer, because this guy had to get really heavily dry brushed. Otherwise he had the purple showing through a lot like this guy does. Like, I'm probably have to go back and probably paint that guy again. I'm not really happy with the purple showing through. So, on that note, we're going to hit the guys that are color shifted with black. Because I'm just really not digging it. Yeah, I'm not digging it with the way it's coming through. So, we're just going to hit them with black. It's not going to be perfect, but it will do. And then we'll go back and we'll use color shift as a detail on some of the models. And I think we'll get a better result out of it. This is the value of a test model before you set into your plan, right? Like, I only have to go back and touch up this on like 3 or 4 models instead of doing like the whole 30 that I did here, you know, whose bases are painted. And I think that's definitely a better way to go. So like, test models are great. Alright, so our new order of operations. Doing the bases, doing the dry brushing, doing details. Alright, so we're taking a whole step out of this because I don't like the result, which is probably pretty good. And it'll save us some time overall. And then we will paint in the color shift where we want it. So we don't have that negative of it shining, it like turning the areas where the wood color is very light, it turning those areas kind of purpley. We're not going to have that problem because I really don't like that. So, all right. There we go. So we'll let these guys dry and we'll finish up those bases. And then we'll be back to start dry brushing through all the boys. So we've been streaming for about an hour and we've got most of the bases painted. And we have our test model moving forward, which is nice. Alright, so moving on to the base for the Gothazar Harvester. Well, technically just made my job easier. But, you know, I had to repaint a couple guys. But, you know, it's better than having to repaint a whole army or being unhappy with the end result. You know? And I will probably touch up our friend there with the scythe. He's going to get touched up when we redo Let me do more dry brushing. He's going to get re-dry brushed. Yeah, the Gothazar Harvester is one of the biggest models in this range. He's a cool model, man. Just a cool guy with all the bones and stuff. Today. Ah, bots. Everyone's favorite. If I didn't have bots in my family, I'd have no visitors at all. Man, this is kind of really making me dread doing the catapult base. Doing this bigger base. I'm just like, ugh. I think we might need to... I think what we do is we might need to go around all the delicate areas on the base with the small brush, and then we might come back with the big one. I think we're going to go around all the feet on the catapult, right? And then we'll come back with the big brush. I think that might be what we do. Because this sucks. This sucks a lot. I'll do the catapult last, though. That catapult's a cool fucking mini, though, man. Just, it has a lot of personality to it. From the hamster wheel that pulls the arm back, to the crew on it, to like all the birds and stuff. It's just a cool mini. I'm a dummy though, and I forgot to paint the shit it's throwing. I forgot to prime that last night, so I'll have to prime that tonight. All right. Maybe I'll prime that while I eat lunch. You know, actually, we could just reprime all these guys. I have enough stuff to do. I could do that. And then they'll be a little bit behind the curve. I think that's the best call though, to be honest. I really do. If I just reprime them. Let's go fuck. I have to repaint their bases then. It's the best call. It really is. So that's what we're gonna do. Since we have to reprime that, since we have to reprime the catapult weapon anyway, it's the best call. So this is my priming stick. That's what that is right there. That's my priming stick. So we're gonna reprime these guys. go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to hit them with a reprime so we don't have to worry about any of the color shift coming through and changing the color of the bones. So let me go do that, because then they will be dry. Or you know what? We can handle these guys tomorrow, and we'll just put them off to the side for now. That way we can keep going, but we'll put them off to the side. And I'll reprime them tonight when I'm done streaming, and then they can get done tomorrow. Okay, it's only 5 guys. It's not a big deal. Thank you, chair. All right, let's see. We've got 4 more bases, 5 more bases to paint. Oh, fuck my life. This is because I added those guys in, and I'm like, why did I do that? Why? It's really just because I want everything to match. So it does mean that I will have a much bigger... I think I'm going to end up having like 1,500 points of Alceric Bone Reapers, including 3 battle line units, 2 elites, an artillery, and then whatever the fuck the Gothazar Harvester is. I technically have 2 more Gothazar Harvesters that I bought off somebody used for like stupid cheap. And 2 HQs and some terrain piece. Apparently the Alceric Bone Reapers have some terrain piece. I've got that in a box behind me. But it's all kind of busted up. It's all a little beat up. So I have to repair it all first and then paint it. It's one of the reasons I wasn't worried about it being like part of this. I also thought it might be cool to maybe hack some of it apart and make myself like a bone gargant. Like a big like death gargant to go with the Alceric Bone Reapers. I thought that might be cool too. So I really gotta look at it. I think I can turn the 1 HQ and like one of the Gothazar Harvesters into a big like shambling horror of bones. I think that'd be pretty badass. But I gotta look at it more. That's why I picked it up though, because I was like, oh, I'm gonna use these for kit bashing. You know, kit bash myself like a big gargant or something. I got a some big Eldar robot for like stupid cheap from an auction, like a local auction here in Hawaii, hosted by Westside Comics and Games. I got it for like a third of the price it should be. So like I was kind of debating maybe using that too as like the base, and then like covering it in bone bits from the OBR secondhand kits I got. But I don't know, we'll see. Just some quick ideas, you know. Just one of those things where it was like it was a really good deal, so I didn't want to pass it up, you know. I don't really want to play Eldar. I'm not really into elves. If I was, I'd play Lomaneth, because man, those kangaroos are cool as shit. I would have a whole kangaroo and like fox army, but you have to have fucking elves with them, so it's like bleh. No, thank you. It's like, can I have just the kangaroos without the soldiers on top, please? I love the kangaroos. They're so cool. Like, I bought one of the foxes. I bought one of the foxes the day it came out. And I converted it into a Necron Catan. So he's my Catan shard. It's one of the, like, the OBR fox models. Because he's got a bow, I always give him Time Arrow, which is like a Catan shard ability that's basically useless unless you're shooting HQs with it. But he's got a bow, so it makes sense for him to have it. Alright, so what do we learn in this first hour? We've got almost all the bases done. We're finishing those up now. We learned that the color shift paints should not go before the dry brushing, because the dry brushing is semi-transparent when you're dry brushing. And that produces kind of a purpley color when you put the bone over top of it. And I don't really like that. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for bone, not like kind of off purple bone. So we learned those things today, which is awesome. Knowledge is half the battle and all that. I'm like a GW2 kick all of a sudden out of nowhere. Great American hero. Maybe it's all the war stuff going on there. It's got me thinking about GW2. We're not going to talk about all the sad war stuff and Russians being assholes. We're not going to talk about that today. This is a non-reality. It's a non-reality reality space. Fuck you, real life. You're terrible and sad. I say this as someone who's like super, I don't know, super accomplished, I guess. But reality's still terrible and sad. American hero, G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe. But yeah. So, that's what we learned so far about Joko's army today. Next step's going to be just to finish all the bases so we can put the nail in it and be like, those are done. And then at the very end, any touch up on the bases I want to do, we'll do that, because putting the wash on the base is going to be one of the last things we do. It's definitely not going to be a thing we get to today. So, so we're going to not worry about that today. And that way, if there's any like areas I want to touch up or whatever after it's done painting, after it's done drying, I can do that. We're going to hope I actually have enough wash to do all the bases, because I'm not sure I do. But we'll figure it out. I should definitely grab some more wash when I was at the hobby shop on Thursday. I did not. So after this, we're going to do dry brushing, and I think we're going to dry brush 10 troops, and then we'll move around like that. So we're not just doing like troop after troop after troop after troop. Well, I think that's going to be a little obnoxious for me as the painter. So I think we'll probably do a couple troops, so then maybe like the turret, and then maybe an elite. So that. Let's keep it mixed up. it's funny, when I was building this thing yesterday, all I could think about was Men in Black. Men in Black 3 specifically. I think it's because all the fingers on this thing. And the main bad guy in that's like this big like finger monster. But he's also like a weird biker guy. But like, he's like this biker dude made out of fingers. It's really weird. And he like going back in time to stop like the space launch. It's really, it's like, you go back to like the 60s or something, and the one guy's dad's like a security guard at NASA or something. Oh, weird movie. I haven't thought about that in forever. Really, all the Men in Black movies are weird. The only one that's really good is the first one. And then all the others are just kind of like aping that one. Just like trying to like rip off the style from it. That one's really the only good one. I'm trying to remember what they do in number 2. I remember there's the Balchinian. The one guy gets neuralizered, and then he like goes to work for the post office. And, like, all his coworkers are aliens because it's the post office and they're slow. LOL. What else happens in that one? I think that's the one where they have the fight in the like Chinese takeout place where there's like a big monster fish. Or is that number 3? I think that might be 3 maybe. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't remember what happens in that film. Kind of weird, to be honest. Oh, it's the thing with the, like, there's a guy that's like wearing a hat whose head's actually a galaxy or something, right? They're trying to keep him from being killed or something. Fuck, I do not remember. I remember the Balchinian because LOL. That's like the only thing I remember from that film. And all the other stuff we talked about. But yeah. So End of Dragons, man. I'm quite excited for it. I'm going to basically be a zombie on the day it comes out. That's okay, because I don't think my husband can actually take that day off to play. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably unlock the new zones on like a character and then just run around them. Not really do any of the story minus the opening. That's probably what I'll do. Maybe I'll... because it opens at 9 a.m. EST, which is 6 or 7 for us. Maybe I could convince him to play through the opening with me before he goes to work. We'll see. We'll see. Worst case, I'll do like just the opening on one character, just so I can go play in the zones. Or maybe I'll save it. I mean, I can wait. It's one day, right? But it is very exciting. I will be able to get my robot at least, regardless of going into the new zones or not. Oh! So that would be cool. So get my robot with my engineer and sort that all out prior, which is pretty cool. Maybe I'll jump between all my characters and unlock the souls on all of them. I have a ton of those like PvP skill point things, so it'd be kind of cool. Maybe I'll do that. Oh my god, we're almost done painting bases. Holy shit. The real pisser is you can see through this thing, so you can see I haven't painted the base under it yet. Like if it was a thing that was solid, like a warp lightning cannon or something, you wouldn't have to paint the base down there. You could just leave it black, but fuck, I'm gonna have to paint it all the way under there, which in retrospect is a real pain in the ass. But getting this out of the way, and then really don't have to worry about doing anything else with the bases until it's cleanup time then. So I'm going to probably have to clean these colors up a little bit on the bases, just once the paint soaks in and dries and stuff. And then before they get their washes, they're going to have to get cleaned up. That's all part of cleanup. Alright. And honestly, cleanup will probably be tomorrow. Cleanup will probably be tomorrow. Not because I feel like we're going slow or anything like that, but just because of the massive amount of work that painting like a 1,500 point army is in like a weekend. You know what I mean? Like stuff just literally just takes time. It doesn't matter how quickly I go, and still like, there's still going to be things that we're just not going to get to today. That's why we took 3 days to do this, team. Yeah. Well, I took Friday off. And technically, we have Monday as a slush day if we need it, since I won't be like jumping onto the servers as soon as they come up with my husband, because he has to be at work, so. So technically we're good. And we have a whole extra day if we need it. So all right. Okay, cool. There we go. I knocked his little thingy off. There we go. All right. Let's get dry brushing. Let's get dry brushing. Clean one of these cups out. I'm gonna put my paint in it. Oh, this one's starchy. We'll use that one. All right. Birch, scale 75, coming right up. All right, so this is heavy dry brush time. All right. Yeah, see, it's really nice. We have that like, where we have the paint just kind of just covering the black. Excuse me. We don't have the like purple sheen to it, which is really nice. So that's really good. So yeah, now we're just dry brushing. Just doing heavy dry brush. Really want it to catch everywhere, not just the high points, which is why we're not really knocking paint off our brush, right? But we do want to make sure we leave the dark lower shadows. Just because that's part of the look, so we're not worrying about, we're not worrying about getting in the crevices and stuff. We just want to make sure we hit all of the bone. All right, there's going to be spots we miss, and it's going to be fine. All right, maybe that guy's just got a little more oil in wherever that spot is. All right, we're not like fearing the dark here. We're gonna use it. All right. It's actually going to be a lot of variation in the tone on the bones. You can see it on this guy, where it's brighter in some spots and like darker in others, and that's really what we want. That's the look that we want, because that's gonna get normalized, and in like a really good way when we hit the washes with it, or when we hit it with washes. So when we do like a dark wash or Nuln Oil over that, it's going to look like A+. Because it's going to normalize the highlights and the lowlights a little with the little bit of like the shade staining that those washes do. Nuln Oil more than dark tone. But it should give us a really cool variation in the bones and make them boss. Like, that guy looks awesome, right? And the really cool thing here is this is a really quick method, right? And as far as details go, we're going to pick out a couple things. We're going to pick out all the cloth, right? We want to paint the cloth, and we want to paint the armor that's going to be gold. But besides that, we're not really going to pick anything else out. We're going to pick out some gems in blue for the models that have them. but like we kind of want the eyes to be sort of like empty sockets. Not really a big fan of the glowing eyes. I had it on the original Joko warband I did. Just was not a fan of it. So, all right, so that's 5 guys done. Oh, we're just gonna keep working through them. We're gonna get to 10, and then we're gonna swap over and do one of the big guys. Maybe a couple of the big guys. All right. And then when I take a little break to eat lunch, we will. I will prime those other guys. Maybe I won't take a break. I don't know. See what my husband brings for lunch. I told him he was in charge of handling lunch today. So we'll see what he does. I will admit I'm getting pretty fucking hungry though, so hopefully he handles lunch soon. Alright. 6. You've got how many did I fuck up? Ishi Sanyon and then 2 HQs. Okay. So we have 26 guys here. So we'll actually go. Oh. We'll do those guys, and then we'll take a break from dry brushing. Do a little bit of detail, or no, we'll dry brush one of the big guys after that. So these 4, and then we'll dry brush a big guy. So they look pretty good, even with just the dry brushing. Right? The detail painting's only going to make them look better. Now the nice thing is the dry brushing is heavy enough, right, that it's not really, like it's creating a gradient in some areas, but that's not its job. Its job is to get color on the model. So since that's what it's really doing, if we screw up one of the colors anywhere, we can use the bone to fix it. Holding these little bases while I dry brush them is kind of killing my hand. I could put them on a base grabber thing, but honestly, there's so many of them. It would probably take me longer to swap that around than it would to just paint the fucking models in total. My husband did get me one of those scrap things, so it's very nice. I need to get more in the hang of using it. So I'm so used to like manhandling the model that it feels weird to use to me. But alright, one more guy, then we're swapped to some of the big guys. Actually, yeah, that's what we'll do. And see, I'm going over the same area a couple times. That's because like I am putting this paint on pretty thick, so I want to thin it out as I hit the model. Right, so when I first hit this model, since I just have a ton of paint on the brush, it's going to be super, super heavy and thick. And I don't want that, so. Alright, there we go. Oh, let's do one of the big guys. The guy with the shield, that's cool. I'm trying to make sure we get full coverage of all the bony areas. Like I said, if we miss a little bit, it's fine. You know? It's cool. It's cool. Right? That area's just got more oil on it than the rest. And we don't have to worry about getting the crazy coverage like we would have if we had the color shift paint underneath. So I think it definitely is a good idea to have not done that. I think that's a good call. This birch color is phenomenal. I really like scale 75 cut paints. They're really nice. I think they're like $1 more, but honestly, they're so nice. And I fucking love their metallics. And I mean, that looks pretty boss for a scale of bones. That's pretty boss. Alright? Coming out really good. Let's do 2 little guys, and then we'll grab another big scale of bones. So this kind of like heavy dry brushing, this is how all the Artist Opus brushes work, except they're much fancier than my dollar paintbrush. But they all work on the same idea of like pseudo painting with a dry brush. I watched the YouTuber named Curioth do it a lot. This is the same kind of technique really that he does, but he has much fancier and nicer brushes. But honestly, like with my $1.50 brush that I got from Walmart here, I am more than happy with this effect. I am actually super mega thrilled with it. Like I am like all about it. Like I think that looks fantastic. Alright. Like when that guy gets some details, he's just gonna be like fucking baller. He's gonna look even better once he's got some washes on him. Because they will help add some more contrast there. Not contrast, they'll add some more variation in the tone, right? I'm not very good at volumetric painting, which is where you paint so stuff looks like it has volumes. But one of the things that I really like, and it's something I learned from a bunch of scale modelers, is to paint to have variation. Oh, your 1 foot's up. Alright, let's fix that. We'll fix that when we're done painting you. Is to paint to have variation in the color, right? So some darker spots, some lighter spots, stuff like that. I've seen them do that a lot with like oil-based painting, where you do this oil dot technique. It's really neat. So a lot of what I do is trying to kind of ape that, and get that same kind of look as variation in the thing, but easier, right? Because that's the oil dot technique is like crazy complex. So, but it's the same kind of thing where you take a color and you sort of just move it around and move it in. All right, so that's essentially what I'm trying to do here. All right, let's knock out 3 more guys, and then we'll do another big guy. another thing I'm trying to do is when I paint these, I'm trying to hit one of the big flat areas first, and the brush has a lot of paint on it, like the shield. Because I'm going to be repainting part of the shield, so if I end up getting like just too much paint on it, it's a pretty good area to hit first. Since a lot of these shields are going to end up being gold. Man, I've been... I don't know. There's just so many good games and good models right now. Like I've been painting stuff for Malifaux and building stuff for Malifaux. I haven't gotten to actually play it yet, but the models are wonderful. But I've been also like really because I've been watching Book of Boba Fett, so I've been really into Star Wars. Like falling asleep reading Wikipedia level into Star Wars, right? Star Wars is just one of those things that's like Pokemon. Like I feel like I forget how much I like it. Like I like the world and the stories and stuff, and then like something puts me back in that world, and I'm like, oh man, this is the fucking best thing. Give me that fucking hit, you know? Like it's just funny. Like Star Wars does that to me like every single time, right? Like while I'm sitting and painting, I'm like, man, you know what I should do? I should rewatch all of the Clone Wars. All 9 seasons, you know what I mean? Oh. Yeah, so it's like, you know, Pokemon does the same thing. I'm playing Pokemon Diamond and having a really good time with it. I've got a Floweasel. Buweasel, that's it. He becomes Floatzel later on. I just fucking love that Pokemon. He's so cool. He's like the best fucking Pokemon in the game. Also, I have a Bidoof that I named Bussy, because LOL. And my rival's named Teabag. Because they wouldn't let me name him Douche. They're like, that's not a nice word or something when I tried to name him that. I was like, yeah, but did you have D-Bag on your list, Nintendo? Turns out they didn't. God, I have to say the rival in that one is so obnoxious. Like, the rivals are always obnoxious, either because they're actually nice to you, which is like, LOL, what? Or because they're just like cancer, and that one's fucking cancer. Like, he is so obnoxious. This whole thing where it's like, oh, he's always running around and never stops and slows down. And it's like, yeah, and he's fucking terrible. Like, he's just stupid and never listens. But yeah. Some of the other features in that game are weird, like the watch thing, the Poco Watch thing. Like, I don't know what it's for. Like, I genuinely don't. Besides, it gives you the HMs. I don't know what it does besides that. There we go. Alright. So I've got 3 more of these guys. They weren't technically part of the challenge, but we're going to paint them anyway. So let's knock a couple more of these out, and then we'll swap over and do another big guy. But yeah, that rival's really annoying. All the gym leaders in that one are kind of weird too. Like, I never played Diamond and whatever other Diamond and Pearl when I was a kid, right? It's like the generation that like I missed. So like I have like no nostalgia for it, so like it's really weird when the gym leader shows up for like 10 seconds, interacts with you, and then runs away. I'm just like, man, I don't remember that at all. Or when the like professor's kind of a douche. And I'm just like, what? Stop being a dickhead, professor. Like, it's really weird. I'm used to the professors being like super, super nice. Like the guy from Sun, who was like the nicest person that ever existed. I mean, Professor Oak, right? Like yeah, he sends you on a quest so he can fuck your mom, but still, like, you know, he gives you a Pokemon. It's a pretty sweet deal. You know? But yeah, I've been super into a Star Wars kick. This is why I was up at midnight last night painting Wookiees. It's like having a blast being like, oh, this Wookiee's gonna be brown, this Wookiee's gonna be gray, and then he's gonna get, you know, brown dry brushing, so he's got like brown tips. Yeah, it's just like, oh my god. There was this TikTok trend for a while. Don't really like TikTok. It's a spyware scam platform. Don't use it. But one of the videos was really funny. It was a lady, and it was like, tell me your boyfriend's not going to cheat on you without telling me your boyfriend's not going to cheat on you. And it was this lady, and she walks into her boyfriend's like hobby room, and he just has like Hot Wheels cars everywhere, like on the walls, and like he like holds up some new ones he got and to show her, and he starts like vibrating because he's so happy. Oh no, magnetized head. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel that same way sometimes when like my husband works into my craft room. And I'm like, yeah, look, I got some fucking ghosts. And he's like, that's nice, dear. Look, I'm gonna paint these skeletons entirely on stream. He's like, okay. Where'd this guy's head go? Ugh. The spinny head gimmick is fun, but like, I kind of wish I had done what I did on the new ones, where like they kind of have weird like angles and stuff to their head. I think it produces a really cool looking effect. There we go. I feel like it gives them more personality, even though their heads don't spin. Because the spinning head thing is funny, though. Alright, there's 3 Crypt Stalkers. I guess let's do this big guy. Because fuck it, we're just doing all my Ossiarchs. I'm kind of dreading doing the cannons, so I'm gonna do that last. Oh, I'm gonna do this big guy next. Take that off. See, I'm trying to hold him because he doesn't have a lot of connection points, and I don't want the pressure from dry brushing to like break him. You kind of have to. You go fast and hard with dry brushing, right? So I don't want it to hurt the model, so I'm kind of trying to hold him a little bit. Hold him gentle, like a hamburger, you know. Because I'm not doing the like really big, soft dry brushing strokes. I'm kind of trying to do short, little, fast ones, you know. And this guy's got some like predefined skull action in his guts and stuff, so like that's gonna get painted. That's gonna get painted color shift, so I'll have to come back later and hit that with black and then color shift. Yeah, same thing with like this stuff coming out of the wings. Like when I come back to do detail painting, I'll clean all that up. A lot of these models, especially some of these bigger models, I'm sure there's spots I'm going to miss. But, alright, let's do his hands. We need more paint. Ba 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 ba. There we go. So, pretty fun. Alright, 2 more of the little guys, and then we'll do another big guy. We'll just keep going around like that. To be honest, I actually like painting the little guys better with this method than the big guys. It's kind of super relaxing, to be honest. Painting like this is. I feel like it works super good for these guys too. You know? I feel like it works way better than if I had done them in like a gray and then painted over it, right? I really like the variation in tones and stuff that it gives. I think it looks really nice. Another big forearm guy. After him, we'll do the Gothazar Harvester, I think. Gothazar Harvester will require a bunch of touch-up when I do him, because he does have specific areas that are like magic, and specific areas that are like rotten bone for like the bones he's collecting. So we're gonna color those like red, like they just got ripped out of somebody. You know, like those aren't going to be magic bones yet, right? Because like his job is picking stuff up off the battlefield, so he's not going to pick magic bones up off the battlefield. You know, he's going to pick up bones of his enemies, kind of thing. So all those should probably be like bloody. So we'll figure out a way to make those look bloody. You know, maybe with like a flesh wash or something over them. These Ossiarch models really are cool as shit. Some days I feel like I have too many cool models. It's hard to be like, man, this is the best one or whatever, you know what I mean? Because they're all just so cool. Gothazar Harvester next. And then we got what? One more big guy. One winged guy, an HQ, the catapult, and 5 troops. Ugh. We're at 2 hours and we're almost everything base coded, which is awesome. So, Gothazar Harvester is next. We're gonna have to. Whoa, that got really, really dark. Be a little gentle with these arms. We don't want to mess the arms up. This guy does have a lot of little delicate parts on him. Which if I had one complaint about this amazing model, it's what it would be. So he just is covered in tiny little delicate parts. But he is just a crazy, crazy design. I would love to see more really crazy stuff for the OBR. Right, because let's be real, they're probably just going to get like 1 HQ when they get their new book. Just like every other faction is in Age of Sigmar right now. But it'd be cool to have them have like more like crazy constructs. I'd love to see like a big like living like cannon ballista thing, right? Like maybe some huge monster with like a ballista built into its back or something. That would be really cool. Or even like small ballistas that are alive. And you get like 3 of them in a box, and like they have like, you know, they're all like, I don't know, like 60 mil bases each. And you get a bunch of like handlers that are like using them to that are like shooting with them, you know, something like that would be really cool too. Just want the skull to be a little darker in bone color. Ripperoni, Mr. Bird. We'll reattach you when we're done. God, I'm accidentally breaking all the birds. Jesus. But yeah, some kind of like, I don't know, little ballista with like guys manning it would be awesome. You know, maybe you get like 1 or 2 of them in a box kind of thing. And they're like, essentially like man skewer bolt boys, but maybe a little better. Yeah. I think that would be really cool. last pass on this guy. I think he's probably pretty good. And then we'll reattach our bird that we broke by accident. I do want to get a little bit more, a little bit brighter on the face. Into the crevices a little there, you know, 'cause he's got all these arms and stuff that stick out on him, make it a little bit harder. Guys, I don't know. This thing perfectly just sums up the OVR to me. The like crazy calcium bandits. All right, let's put our birdie on that we broke. Birdies are not normally part of the build, but I think they look cool, and you get them as like optional pieces. So. I think that's pretty badass. And one of these is actually from the catapult, so. There we go. So we'll put him on like that. Oh, shit. We're gonna have to touch this one up a little bit with glue. There we go. Alright. Mr. Gothisar Harvester. It's all done. Let's see what that jingle jangle on my phone was. Let's see. Do 2 more little guys. And then we'll do the big sword guy. And just go from there. More paint. Man, every time I'm like, alright, I only got 2 more models. I look and I'm like, fuck, there's another one. These guys that are a little more closed up. A little bit harder to get to with this painting method, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, anytime I know there's like not a big connection point for something like this banner, right? I'm trying to hold it steady with my fingers. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just finish up the troops so we can mark those off in our brain. There we go. Alright, one last guy. Minus the couple we messed up already. If you wanted to do like one of those black and white armies that have like the bursts of color here and there, this would be a really good way to start. You basically just be doing a lighter version of this in gray. In like a super light gray. And you paint in like one or two details and you'd have like a weird monochrome army. I know some people really like those kind of like gimmick armies. And they can be kind of cool sometimes. I saw a Skaven one that was really neat. It was basically white, black, and like red or something. And that was it. This is a really good way to do it. That kind of like gimmick army. And I don't mean the term gimmick army dismissively. That's usually what they're referred to as. So it's kind of the industry term for it. Because I think they can be definitely cool. I saw a bunch of Stormcast Eternals that were like made of rock that were really cool. I was a big fan of those. The Sandstone Necrons are a really famous gimmick army. The Midwinter Minis did, and then a couple YouTubers actually took those and made whole armies out of them. So they're a really famous gimmick army too. There's a lot of paint on there. Be honest, I actually remember hating painting this guy. I did a really good job when I painted him the first time though, but I really did not enjoy it. I think I'll be able to do a much better job this time, but and I'm not like dreading it, but man, I really did not enjoy painting him the first time. Partly because he was not usable in Warcry at the time. I believe he is now though. But I was like, blah. I want Warcry models. But alright, when we're done all this top coating, all this base coating with our dry brush and all, I'm going to go pee. Yes, I know it's just what you wanted to know. And I'm going to grab myself a drink. Yeah. So we'll take a couple minute break there. Alright, 2 models left. We got our boy here, our flying dragon boy, and we got the big death catapult, which is going to be our last guy. And then we'll take a couple minute break while I go grab some food. Or not food, but a drink, and while I go put some water in my body and let some water out of my body. But yeah, again, you can see there's not a lot of connection points on this model. And since the dry brushing is a little rough, I don't want to stress those connection points, right? You've seen where I've broken a couple things, like the birds on the Gothizzar Harvester, stuff like that. I don't want to break this guy's wings. So I'm trying to hold him while I do it so that he doesn't break. He does have specific areas that should be like oil. This guy does. These models do. They have specific areas that need to be painted in. And I'm going to just treat those as areas I have to paint during the like detail painting portion. I'm not going to worry about them right now and like try not to hit them or anything like that. I'm just going to treat them like a detail piece that I need to paint later. Same thing I would like a piece of armor or something like that. God, I love this birch color for like bleached bone. Really, really, really into it. Especially being like dry brushed over black like this. Man, I am like so into how these are looking. It's stupid. Like, I think you got like a nice bit of variation in the color, and like you're still retaining that, like, it looks like they have the dark oil inside. Yeah, that's really good. I like that a lot. I'm way happier with these than I thought I would be, to be honest. Because like when I had this original warband, I was like, man, these look pretty damn good. And then I was like, no, I really need to repaint these so that they match the other guys. Not gonna lie, I'm really happy I did now. I was not happy at first about it. I was like, oh, they look good though. I don't want to repaint them. But no, I'm really happy I did. Because these guys look way better. Like, look at that. That looks fucking baller. So, alright, now comes the real challenge. This Mama Jama. Alright, so let's take off the pieces that we might break. Which is this guy here. We're going to have to be careful with this little bird here. So, while I remember the little bird, we'll start off in that area. I'm not going to necessarily try to paint underneath of it. I'm definitely going to paint some of the areas that are a little harder to see. Like the fronts of the troops and stuff like that. The fronts of the crew. But I'm not going to like try to like paint up under the legs or whatever. Like if that stays black, I'm fine with that. Right, but I'm gonna try to get up where I can see there's kind of more details, right? Like that rib cage in there and stuff. I'm going to try to get that. But I'm not going to try to do like the backs of the legs. All right, we're getting there. We're almost. It's our last guy. We're almost entirely base coated, and then we're getting into detail painting after this. Detail painting is always like the hardest part. You really got to pay attention and make sure you get everything. Thankfully, we don't have like a crazy amount of like little pouches and daggers, and like these models don't have a lot of that kind of stuff on them, thankfully. Which is nice, because then it's going to make detail painting a lot easier. There are a ton of skulls in there, but they're going to get painted like the oil, so we're not going to necessarily worry about those. Or making sure I have paint on those, because they're just going to get painted black in the detail painting step. Oh. But yeah, this is everything in this entire Ossiarch Bone Reaper range, minus 1 HQ and the cavalry troop unit. I think they're called Cavalos Death Riders. They're really cool. They're like skeletons on monster horses. But this is everything else. And then there's a couple of HQs that are really like Nagash HQs, but they're on very like OBR style mounts. There's a couple of named HQs for those, but I don't think they're like. And then they have one. They've got a terrain piece, which I have in pieces in the box behind me, secondhand. And they have like a big like display boss, who I think is named Catacross. I'm not really into that model, if I'm being totally honest. Not really a big fan of it. I think it's kind of neat, but like those like display pieces are just weird because they're like little dioramas you put on the table and it counts as a unit. And it's just strange, right? Because like he has like all this terrain with him, but he's not a terrain piece. He's like counts as like a model that can fight and stuff. It's just really weird, and I'm just not like mega into that. The Sisters of Battle have one too, called the Triumph of St. Catherine. Same thing. Like, it's a really neat model. I just am not mega. God damn it, I even told myself I need to watch out for that fucking bird. I'm just not mega into that, like, whole, like, display model thing. Or, like, mini diorama model thing. Just... See, I knew I would forget about that fucking bird. Aye. That's why I tried to do it first, and then I just got overzealous hitting extra areas. Yeah, I would like a model for this army to be Joko. I just don't know what model would be good for it, because, like, logically it probably should be Nagash, right? But you need, if you're going to play Nagash, you have to play like a massive point game. You have to have like a 2,000 point game. And I just don't ever play those. I really like smaller point games. So I would like maybe a different model to be Joko. Maybe like the guy in the weird chair might be a good Joko. I don't know. It's really weird. Oh. Yeah, I gotta get up and stretch in a minute. I'll use that time to go outside and hit those guys with spray paint and grab myself a drink. So once we're done here, we'll go AFK for like 5, and then I'll be back. That time to go pee and stuff like that. Yeah, but see, like, that magnet's there, you can't even see it. Like, that shit's just straight up hidden. It works really well. Man, magnets are like one of the best things about army painting. So, big units to go with these guys. I have some ghosts. I have one of the last edition Age of Sigmar starter sets actually next to me right now. It's got a couple units of ghosts in it. I've got some spirit hosts, which is where I tried out painting the oil color scheme. So, got a couple units of ghosts here. And it's really weird. You don't get full units in the Age of Sigmar starter set, which is just fucking bizarre in my opinion, but it's all good. It's just really weird. So you get one plus size unit of like of the guys with the horse heads, who are like my favorite. So I'm really happy to have more of those. Not that I have any more before, but I'm happy to have extras of those because they're really cool. And then you get like 4 guys with scythes, but the unit for scythe guys is like 10 guys. So like it's really weird. I'm not sure what they're going for. And then you get like an HQ, and then you get like 10 just like troop guys. So for the fact that I got it on sale, like 30% off sale, it's pretty baller. Because it's supposed to be like $90. I got it for like $60. So I can't really complain, even though like the one ghost unit is not really usable in the game. But there'll be units for Warcry, which is nice. I'll be able to take some of those guys in Warcry. Alright. Well, there's our catapult. All boned up. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 5 mins really quick. I'm going to go pee and stuff like that. Oh shit, I forgot that. I missed that part. Alright, hold on. We're fixing an error. And then we're going for break. And then when we come back, we're detail painting. Because we're rocking and rolling on these boys, apparently. Yeah, we're just going to start in there with the gold and the cloth colors and the blue. Yeah, we're just going to kick some ass, apparently. That's what we're doing when I get back. So, the rest of their color palette, is basically just gold, cloth color, and blue. And right now I have the cloth color as I want to wash this out of the sink. I guess I can do it in the cup. Hold on. Right now I have the cloth color as Spaceship Exterior, which is a really, really light gray. So if you don't super dry these brushes off, they will hold paint and become super firm. So you really, really, really gotta dry them off. That's probably good. Alright, so yeah, so looking at the color palette, we've got, this is going to be my cloth color. I might swap this for mummy robes. And then this is my gem color for all the guys when they have gems. And then this is our gold color. So really our color palette looks a lot like this. Right? Plus then we have black. So not super complicated. I'm not gonna pull in like a silver color, right, for things like chains and stuff like that. I'm just gonna do those in gold. And I think it'll end up having a nicer, more cohesive look. But yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to do this. Fuck. Hold on, sorry. We're on pause for break one more time. So I forgot to do this guy. You can see how like it's running a little bit instead of being really nice and like moving the paint around here. That's just because the brush is still a little wet. So we might have to touch this up, but it'll probably be good enough. All right, there we go. Cool. All right, there we go. That's what we got done. 2.5 hours. Everybody's base is painted, and everybody has their base coat, base like bone color coat on. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take 5, and then we're going to come back for some detail painting. Pretty much just start knocking out gold on these models. Yeah. Let's get in it, and I'll be right back. And we're back. And I have drained some liquid and gotten some liquid. Whew. The last 2 days, I've officially been streaming for 10 hours. So, a little tired. We got this. Look how far we've come. They're all ready to rock. Look at this guy. He looks so badass. Right? Look at this thing. Looks fucking good, man. Alright. So, detail painting time. Alright, you can go away. Start our detail painting on one of the little guys. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright, we're going to start off with... Let's test out the spaceship exterior on this guy's loincloth and see what it looks like. And we'll go from there. So I think it's going to be pretty good because the mummy robes has a little bit of a pink in it. I'm not a big fan of that. So. Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for right there. Make sure we get the front and the back of it. And for these guys, we also have to make sure we get the wrappings. I'm not going to worry about the wrappings on the handles of the swords because it's just really tiny and unnecessary. But I am going to make sure I hit the wrappings on the inside of the spears. Some of the spear guys, the handles of their spears wrapped. Man, this like dollar brush is not holding up as well as my normal dollar brushes do. So that's a little unfortunate. We might actually have to grab a different brush. I think we can get through this though. Yeah, so now I'm in kind of a weird spot, right? Because now I'm detail painting. So do I want to do different colors on like, I don't know, like 10 or 15 guys? Or do I just want to like batch paint the fuck out of this and be like, everyone gets cloth, everyone gets cloth, everyone gets cloth, like that, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think we're going to probably play that one by ear, to be honest. Because really, it's this phase, and then it's washes, and then it's touching up the bases, and then we're done. Really, I don't think I'm going to get through all the detail painting today. Especially when I get to the bigger models, where it's a little more complex. So I think what's going to happen is I think we're going to be in a situation where we've got some detail painting to finish tomorrow and then washes and basing. Or I can split that up and knock a couple of these guys totally out and then just kind of go around. So yeah, I don't know what the better option there is, but we'll I don't know. Yeah, I generally am not sure what You know, I think we'll just play it by ear, and if I get tired of painting all this cloth, we'll do some gold, and you know, maybe I'll do a thing where I do like, I don't know, 15 of the models or something and get them all done. This guy's spear, I need to re-hit that. I did not get enough dry brushing on his spear. Because the spears here, they have a bone piece right before the blade, and I'm going to try to keep that bone color and not paint it gold, because I think it'll look cooler. But I apparently forgot to dry brush his spears, so maybe we'll put him in the missed dry brush pile. Why you wiggle? Stop wiggle. I know why you wiggle. It's because I hit you with my arm. But still, come on, man. Throw me a freaking bone here. Brush is splitting a little bit. We're out of white. Let's reload our white. I'm not quite tired of doing the white yet, so we'll reload it. It is nice that, like, we do have some different variation in the white too. Like, you know, everybody's got a loincloth, but also like some people have banners, and you know, this guy's got a spear wrapping I need to do, stuff like that. Nope. Let's do one of the banner guys. That sounds like fun. This guy's pole is also wrapped. Okay. Giggity, I guess. But no. You put your dick in mummy wrappings, that's just weird, man. I mean, do you, it's 2022, but come at me with mummy wrapping dicks, I'm gonna be like, what? Get that shit out of here. I have been streaming so much, I have no fucking clue what I'm saying anymore. That's how you know you hit a high point in your stream, when you have no idea what you're saying and you're talking about mummy dick. Whew. Yeah, these Oceanic Bone Reaper models are really fun to paint. Like, they have a lot of nice little detail, but like, it's not like, oh, he has 14 skulls on his belt that all have fucking wrappings that run through them, and fucking pieces of like leather that run through the eyes and hold the skull up, and you know, it's not that kind of painting, because that kind of painting is obnoxious. It's just, they have like a couple nice details that you can pick out, and that's like it, and it's really good. like I love some of the super detail models, like the Death Guard, but like at the same time, sometimes they're really cathartic to paint because they have so many little details, and then sometimes it's like, come on, how many maggots are coming out of the sky? Fuck, you know? Like, dude, why do you have a maggot on your shoulder? It doesn't make any sense, you know? And then sometimes it's like, oh, there's maggots everywhere. This is fun. I get to paint them all. You know? These guys are a nice middle ground, though, where they've got some detail, but nothing crazy. Because that, like, sometimes the really fine detail is okay, and sometimes it's really annoying. Like the fine detail in the Beast of Chaos models is really annoying. But like a vampire model, it's way less annoying. And that has to do with what kind of detail it is, and it's usually the problem of being like detail and top of detail. So you'll have skulls that have like wires that are holding them on, and you know, or like a face mask that has like part of a skull inside of it or something, and it's like, fuck, I now have to do like multiple passes of detail in this thing. These guys also are really nice for just having texture everywhere. And something that not a lot of models have, but these guys just have like a ludicrous amount of texture. It's one of the reasons why dry brushing them works so well, or even like heavy dry brushing like that, like I did, works really well. It's because they have this sort of built-in texture in all the models. You know, it works way better than if I was to like do that same tactic that I did to paint these guys on like a Space Marine or something. It would not come out as well as it has on these guys, right? Because like that guy looks baller, right? If I did it on a Space Marine, you wouldn't have that depth in there. It would just kind of be weird and smeary. I mean, you could probably pull it off, but all right. Oh. Let's do the Gothazar Harvester's white. You know, I think I will just keep like walking down the line. Feeling pretty good just doing the white right now. Because all the details are different, I'm not like bored of it, right? Which is the big problem with like batch painting like this. Which is why personally I tend to batch paint in like groups of 5 models, where I'll take those 5 models and do all of their details. And then just walk 5 to 5 to 5 to 5 to 5 to 5 like that until they're all painted. Which is why I tend to do that. Plus then it also gives you like micro wins as you're going through. So that's really nice. Like, oh man, yeah, it's cool. I got this guy done. I got this guy done. Or whatever, right? I kind of have that inherently with this project. I'm going to put some of the lighter bone in here, and it will help differentiate these bones from the, I'm just going to, it'll help differentiate these bones from the rest of the bones. I'll just put a little whiter in them. A little lighter in them, like that. So I'm going to hit them with the, the wash later. Like a red wash later, so I want them to stand out a little bit more. It should make them, having a little bit difference in white should make them stand out some more. versus what is like clearly the rest of the bone. So. Also, this brush is totally frayed and split like a motherfucker already. So don't buy these brushes. They're crap. Even if they were $1, they're super crap. I normally love cheap brushes, but like these are trash. But like these ones, I don't even know what brand these are, but they're really nice. I've been really enjoying them. They've lasted a really long time. Yeah, every couple of months I usually just pick up a new thing of cheap brushes and call it done. There we go. Alright. So Gothazar Harvester's Cloth. Go through some of these guys. Because I legitimately might have to get a... yeah, it's totally frayed already. I haven't even done anything with it. Man. That's messed up. I'm legitimately gonna have to find another brush already. You literally saw me at one stream pull this one out of the pack. Alright, yeah, I gotta get a new brush. This one's just too garbage. It keeps splitting. It's not holding a tip at all. Okay. Shall we try another one of these? I paid for them, so I feel like I should. Try this one, I guess. This one's a little bit tighter of a tip, but should still be okay, I think. Lots of times they put like glue on the tips for these. Whoa! Well, I guess we got a lot of cloth to do anyway, so. Yeah, I'd much rather have a larger brush than this, but take what we got, I guess. Alright. Alright. Let's cloth on one of these guys down. It's a little more complex to do their cloth because they're like up under there. And a lot of this just hadn't caught dry brushing, so it takes a little more paint. The dry brushing on this already really helps because then you don't have the black everywhere. So when you hit it with the other paint, it just makes it way easier. It's weird. I'm actually really enjoying painting the troops more than the big guys. It's usually the opposite way around, you know? There we go. Alright, so let's do one of the big winged bad guys next. Alright, we'll keep this like line separate, right? So cloth, not clothed. We'll do one of the big winged guys next. Knock them out. Because they don't have loincloths. They do have... What the fuck is with these brushes? Why are these brushes such crap? God. Fuck you, Black Friday brushes. But yeah, they do have these like sections here on the wings. I'm gonna paint those like they're cloth, because it's gonna let me tie them into the rest of the model line, right? Because then this way they're gonna have those same colors that everybody else does. And that's really what we want, right? We want them to look like they match. That's our main goal. We want everybody to feel cohesive and have the same, like, Joko's army appearance. Alright, and it adds a nice bit of detail in there. And when we hit this with our wash, a lot of the pits and stuff in this material will pick that wash up and look really good. And again, we're not trying to have like perfect painted edges and stuff, right? Because we are trying to do that like black look on everything that's not you know, it's not like supposed to be a specific color. So, you know, if we blend the lines a little bit, it's okay. You know? And we're keeping that like, so there it's a little too much, so I'm just gonna wipe it off. But we're keeping the same kind of pattern painting motion for a lot of the stuff, right? When I do the gold, just because of the nature of the paint, I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm going to have to do more traditional painting for the gold, but that's okay. All right, so we already know that's the case. So it does mean the gold's going to need a little bit more wash at the end to tie it in, but it's all right. It's no biggie. You can make an argument that this is all like speed painting, but honestly this is how I want these guys to look anyway. So like speed painting to me usually means like making some like concession for time, right? Like you skip a step or something like that, or you paint in a way that's not necessarily how you would do it normally. And I'm not really doing that with these guys, right? Like I'm just following how I would paint them, even if I was just sitting down here listening to like a podcast or something, or really YouTube, right? Let's be real. Probably listening to like a battle report or something. But the same way I'd be doing that, all the same methods and everything is what I'm doing here. So while this is probably technically speed painting, I don't I wouldn't call it speed painting. I'm just such a crap painter all the time that I use speed painting methods every day. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that like what I feel like when people say speed painting, they're saying it in reference to like making concessions for speed. and I'm just doing the methods I want to do anyway. So. Nice. All right. Well, there's one guy's set of wings done. A little more of a complex bit. Let's do... Is there any cloth on this? Actually looks like no. Oh, no, we got some handles. Alright, doing the handles. Yeah, this hammer's got a handle. This little hair. Just had to get it off. Yeah, so we got some handles, and then this guy's done. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. There we go. And then have to do that. Get up and under there. These are the kind of areas people wouldn't normally look, but just in case you can see it in passing, I want it to show up. This little handle and this bone knife there, we'll hit that too. There we go. And we'll hit it from the bottom as well. Alright. I think that's all the cloth on the catapult. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Alright. So we've got another set of wings to do. Let's knock out another one of the big spider guys, and then we'll go from there. Up underneath like that. But yeah, so EOD, right? End of Dragons. What do we know we're getting? My brain's doing that thing where I'm just like talking about what painting I'm doing, but that isn't going to keep my energy up, right? So pardon the fourth wall segue here for a minute, but I'm a big old mess of anxiety, right? And with that comes sort of like the pendulum swing of lack of energy and depression. Like on the opposite side of that. So I know when I'm starting to run out of energy, right? And right now I feel like I'm like that bar is starting to tick down for me, right? And I notice that when I do that, I just sort of talk about whatever I'm doing. But the truth is, like, what really gives me energy to do these streams is getting to talk about topics and getting to talk about my toys, right? With COVID, I haven't really been able to have that, like, time out at the game store, like, bullshitting about all the games and stuff, right? Like, that like time with the boys, right? Like I haven't been able to have that, like really. You painted already? Oh shit! I already painted you too. Damn. Okay. I haven't really been able to have that. Hello. So because of that, it means that like with streaming and stuff, that is like what gives me the energy, is being able to have that kind of discussion and stuff again. Right, even if it's just like with the camera, or like with people in chat or whatever. So I noticed that when I start running out of steam, running out of people juice, whatever I decided to call it that day, right? Like spoons is the famous example. I'll pretty much just talk about what I'm doing, right, and not talk about any of the topics, which are really the things that like energize me up, you know. So, how's the grind on the Bone Boys going? Pretty good. They're all primed, base coated, and now we're just doing detail painting. Show off our friend here, the Gothisar Harvester. All right, his base coat is all on, and now he's just getting detail painted. Alright, so right now we're detail painting in the cloth. And a couple of the guys are going to need multiple coats on it. This is stuff like the banners and the crotch banners, also known as like tabards and stuff like that. We're doing all that right now. Right, and then we're going to be doing gold through it, and then blue, and then washes, and then they're done. So they will probably not get done today. Looking solid. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really happy with how they're coming out. I think the method is working really well for them, and I think it's they'll look very nice and awakenedy at the end, which is awesome. That's my goal. Let's touch this banner up a little bit. But yeah, so I apologize if I just sometimes just like blurt out topics, but that's sort of me realizing that I'm running low on steam and need to like revigorate myself. So thank you for the kind words. They are very nice. I appreciate that greatly. Really, I love getting to watch and see like all kinds of different people's painting, right? It's really neat, especially when it's in ways that I don't paint. So the local hobby shop, Other Realms, is doing a painting contest right now. And I love painting contests. I know that my painting method is not one that normally like for an entirely painting contest, my painting method isn't one that like really like, you know, like is like the big judgeable method, right? Like with OSL and all that nonsense. All that stuff I really don't like. So like I don't expect to do well, I guess. But it's just really exciting to see everybody's work, right? And their like love for the hobby like come out in their work, even if their work is methods that I don't like. And sometimes you can learn a lot from those bits and bobs. It's really cool. Let's do another spider guy. Yeah, some of these guys. So we've got a couple layers of detail painting to do. We've got cloth, we've got gold, we've got blue for gems for the characters that have them. When I do the gold, I'm going to try to like put them into has gems versus doesn't have gems piles. So everybody doesn't have gems. And then some of them are going to need black and color shift paint on their like more clearly oily parts. So they'll need those. Alright. So you go there. I guess let's do the wings on this last guy. Oh. Alright. Into the wings. Another set of wings coming up. But yeah. So EOD, right? So these guys are going to be my Awakened army from Guild Wars. So End of Dragons. New expansion coming out Monday. Which is why I'm doing this like multi-day stream thing. And yeah, we know it's got a bunch of nice features the new expansion does. It's got a new spec for every class. I'm just gonna have a new weapon to go along with it. So like Rangers getting hammer, Revenants getting greatsword, Engineers getting mace, all kinds of stuff, right? So cool weapons coming along for every class. And also that's going to mean that every class now has a new weapon to unlock. So you'll have a new like special weapon for each soul to unlock. It's just like an appearance thing. But they're fun to work on, and they usually mean you have to do a bunch of content to get them. And they're usually pretty cool. They're just cool looking. And they're nice, right? So like when you first unlock your soul, or your whatever they call it. I did a Flesh Eater Quartz army in Wrath of the Lich King themed. Nice! That's really cool. So they were like the wrong color. God, what are the... Not Forsaken. Because the Forsaken are the regular zombie people. The Lich King guys army. What the hell is it called? It's not the Horde. It's the... Oh, I cannot remember. There's a Frozen Dead. Yeah, they do call them that, but they have another name too, and it's just like right on the tip of my tongue. It has something to do with the plague that creates them, and I cannot remember the fucking name of it. That's cool though. They have a fun aesthetic, and that would fit the Flesh Eaters really nice. Especially given that like you could do like an not Alexstrasza, like a Syndragosa kind of like Frost Dragon, like Undead Frost Dragon. That'd be pretty cool. The Lich? I mean, they all serve the Lich King, but there's another name for them and I'm just totally blanking on it. But it's all good. In Guild Wars 2, one of the undead factions is called the Awakened. And they're like the pseudo-Egyptian, weird, freaky-deaky skeletons. They're not like just zombies. Like the Lich King's guys, a lot of them are a lot of them are weird zombies too, right? Like they're all mutated by plague and stuff. They're very rarely like just like this is a zombie, like the way it is with like the vampire faction in AOS. You have a lot more like monster kind of undead and stuff. Good old Arthas Menethil. No king reigns forever, my son. And then they brought him back in the most recent expansion. Fucking man, fuck WoW. It was so good, and then it became so not good. But Guild Wars 2 fits my life a lot better now than World of Warcraft does. Because it's actually, while you have a lot of really angry people, right, that are like super elitist, like you do in every game, Guild Wars 2 is actually a much more casual game. There's no increasing in gear or anything like that, so if you get a piece of Ascended gear, you have the best gear just in the game. There's my Insta if you want to take a look. Alright, we'll do that while I eat some lunch. I think my husband's getting us lunch, so we can check it out while we get some lunch. My husband should be bringing me lunch. I hope he's bringing me lunch. I'm fucking starving. Yesterday I thought ahead and got myself a Hot Pocket, but today I'm relying on him. So fingers crossed he's bringing me some lunch. For a hot second, I was deep in Albion Online. I never actually played Albion Online. It looked interesting. And I really liked that you could play it on mobile. Like, you'd think that would be something that would be like a turnoff, but I really liked the idea of like a more grindy game and being able to lay in bed and play it on like an iPad. Like that's actually super appealed to me. But yeah, I don't know why I never got into it. It definitely seemed interesting, but for whatever reason, it's just one of those things that I missed. I even really like the isometric stuff. My husband doesn't like asymmetric stuff though, so I'm assuming that's probably why we never really played it. So if I have an option between playing something that he'll play and playing something that he won't, I'll pretty much always take the thing that he'll play. It's not your average MMO. Yeah, it's a lot more like craft gear, and it makes your character, and then yeah, it seems cool. I don't know. I missed it for some reason. Another thing is probably because my husband wouldn't have been into it. He's really not into isometric games. He's even not really into Lost Ark, although we played it a couple of nights. I really like Lost Ark though. I think it's a fantastic game. But I know he's not a super mega fan of the isometric stuff for whatever reason. I think it's sort of like why I don't really like first-person shooters. Like, I've played a lot of first-person shooters, and like, they're awesome, or can be, but like, if I have a preference, my game will be third-person, and then probably isometric, and then first-person. I know there's a lot of emphasis on like farming and moving materials and stuff around in Albion as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that miss me. I'm not super sure why. Probably it's because of my husband, but if I have a choice, I'll always pick a game that he'll play. Just so I know that I have someone to play with. Right? Because you can have literally the best game in the world, right? And you can do the coolest thing ever. And if no one's there to see it, I don't know. It's just not as cool, right? A lot more fun when you can like have a moment to share. Be like, yeah, remember that time I stole that guy's dingle hopper and then capped it? Yeah, you know, like I think back to Knights of the Old Republic. Or the Old Republic, the MMO version. Which was a very good single-player game, but a very shitty MMO. I think back to that, and like some of my best memories of that game are playing fucking Hutball, which was this really stupid like football Takashi's Castle hybrid, right? Where like you like get a ball and you have to like move it around the match. And it's really dumb, but like playing that is some of my favorite memories of that game, just because me and my husband would play it and it was a really good time. You know? And be like, yeah, I locked that guy in the fire, you know, or I scored the ball, you know, like it had these really cool, like shareable fun moments. And also at the time, like no one was like super serious about it, so like everyone was just sort of having fun with it. You know, like people weren't like shouting at each other over it. And, you know, like you always have your requisite amount of like moron shit talking in PvP, but much less in that one. I think that also is one of the reasons why I enjoyed it. It's definitely a good time, you know. And, like ostensibly, that mode was stupid, but like just getting to play it with my husband and with friends and stuff made it like super fun. You know, it's always better though when you actually have a good game mode and you have fun people to play it with. But you know, that's not how it's always in the cards. I smell food. I smell food. Man, we're almost through all the cloth and all these models. Even with me adding like almost double the number of models to the battle force. Right? Because like half these spider guys and half these troops are not in the battle force. True, a couple of the HQs are still outside because I had to repaint them from being the test models this morning, but it just means they'll get painted tomorrow. Or I'll catch them up probably tonight. I have been painting Star Wars Legion in the evenings, but I'll probably catch them up tonight. So they were my test models from the start of the stream. There we go. Alright. Alright, what do we got left? Oh, we got 4 little troops. We got 5 little troops. This guy's weapon I have to do. So let me do that. I'll take a break. And then we've got 2 spider guys. We got this spider guy and that spider guy. And we've got 4 little troops, or 5 little troops, and then we've done all the cloth. Right? So in 3.5 hours, we will have pretty much gotten all the base coats and all the detail for one of the colors in, which is pretty damn good. So after this comes gold, and then gems, and then these Mama Jamas are done after that. Well, then they get washes, but you know what I mean. There we go. Ugh. Alright, we'll send them off to the side, let that dry. We'll do one of the big skelly bones. Yeah, we've made a hell of a lot of progress. It's an otter. Oh shit. What is this? What did you get?
Just from the food truck.
Oh, it's from the food truck?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Thank you. And a smoothie. Shit. I haven't had smoothie in forever. Thank you. Ah, food has arrived. Ah, shit. Man, the lid does not want to stay on the smoothie. Ooh. Okay. Alright, Mr. Smoothie, your lid is crap. We're gonna put you not on camera. Alright. Let's finish up these guys and then we'll eat and we'll look at that Instagram. Yeah. Then we'll come back through for some more detail painting. Food smells good. I'm so fucking hungry. Alright, one more down. We've got 5 more little skelly bones. And then one big spider. Come on. You done? You're done. Cool. There we go. Boom. Reload. Another one down. Oh, getting fucking hungry. I'm just sitting here smelling the food. I'm so fucking hungry. I know one of these is some kind of fries. Don't know what else is in here though. Go. Alright, last trooper. I'm gonna do his weapon. Alright. Last big Skelebones. And then food time, and we'll check out that Instagram. So hungry, so hungry. Alright, there we go. Boom. Everybody's cloth painted. Now we can move on to the gold. So, 3.5 hours. Everybody's base coat done. Everybody's base based. And all their cloth done. So, let's check out that Instagram while we eat. Blurp. Okay, yeah. Oh, without signing in, that's annoying. It's pretty badass, though. They're all like, what the fuck is that? I just got some kind of weird dessert thing. I don't know what it is. Oh, chicken and waffles. Okay. You can do chicken and waffles. These are a little bit messier than, but we'll figure it out. Let's go back and look at our Awakened again. Which we can't actually pull up any of the Instagram photos without signing in. So this is an Awakened from M. Noon. He uses the Awakened zombie model, but he's a lot of fun. There's actually a whole little, like, I won't call it a quest, but it's like a weird little thing where he gets more dialogue the more stuff you buy from him. So, like, he'll talk to you more about being a zombie, basically, if you buy his goods. and he will only sell you his goods in like a certain order. It's really neat. They go weird though. It's like a weird little side story thing, but it's pretty rad. Just because, like, it's not related to anything, or it's just like the weird little story of one of the vendors. You know, it's pretty fun. There's some like fan concepts of them. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's an in-game shot, which is pretty good, because I went out to the areas that have the Awakened in it yesterday while I was playing game, and they are much more of like a rich gold than in some of the pictures that we've looked at, where they're like much more like a yellow gold. Especially the Awakened armor sets are much richer than they are yellow. Trying to sit here eat my chicken and waffles. I apologize. But looking at this, I think my color choices are really good. You've got the gold, you have the white or white, and you've got like the more bony kind of fleshy skin color. Some of the swords there have silver hilts or silver blades. And like a lot of the other weapons they have all have gold blades. So I think I'm going to do gold blades, because you can also see the chain there is gold. I think the gold blades kind of set them off as being different from a lot of my other armies, because I tend to use silver a lot. Yeah, here's one of the weapons, and you can see the expanded one right there, where it's got the gold blades mixed in and like held in with oil. Really nice. I made this whole weapon set in game. Yeah, because there's like two versions of each one. There's like a standard one, and then there's like an expanded one. This is the expanded hammer, and then this is the regular hammer. So it has way less of the like filigree and stuff on it. I lost my chat for some reason. It's probably YouTube. They seem to like purge the chat when there's bots. But it's like, I can't help that there's bots, YouTube. Don't nuke everything, please. You know? But yeah, these are very fun. I like those splotchy bases a lot. Oh, fuck off, Instagram. Ah. Fucking worst. I love Instagram, but I'm not logged in on this, on my like YouTube account. There we go. So yeah, I think the richer gold that I have is a good choice. And it matches this pretty well. I honestly made these weapons so long ago, I forgot how cool they were. These are really cool. I wish there was a lot more food than I expected it to be. Hmm. Hmm. Some kind of weird armor set. And I have one of the weapons from the set we were just looking at. Hmm. These fries are so fucking good. It's interesting. There really only seems to be awakened pictures up here near the top. After that, it just gets into like people's armor sets, which is not particularly useful. Alright, almost done eating, I swear. I just really want to finish these fries because they're delicious. Alright, back in 1 second as I wash my hands. Wow. And now we're back. Alright, we're back. Here we go. Chat totally died on me. That's fine. Ugh. Alright, where's it at? Looking trackpads, mate. Alright. So, lunch is done. We are ready to rock. We're ready to start getting some gold up in here. I love gold. My husband did also get me a dessert thing. But honestly, I can't fit that without getting sick. Because I also have this to finish, so. It looks really good, though. It's some kind of deep fried thing with some strawberries, so I'll go up in like 10 minutes and we'll chuck that in the fridge. Alright, let's get some gold out first, though. Alright. Okay. Now, actual, like, question, right? Do we want to do, like, everyone's sword and then everyone's armor? Or do we want to do all the gold on one guy? Kind of thinking about doing all the weapons and then like all the armor like that. I don't know. Let's start on this guy and we'll go from there. And hopefully our brush will stop fucking exploding for no reason. Probably have to do multiple coats on each one of these. So let's do all this stuff on one guy and then go from there. I think that's the trick. Also, each one of these guys has like a thing on the shield. To be honest, I kind of want to paint those blue. Like, we'll paint this part of the shield in gold. Alright. Alright. This guy's going to be a little bit of a test model while we figure some colors out. Alright. Paint that all in gold like that. Yeah, figure out the... On this shield, we'll keep the top of it there. Keep the top of it in bone color. And then on this, we'll paint these panels here. Paint those gold like that. On the shoulder pads and stuff, they're going to change from guy to guy. I do like the idea of having like part of it be bone and part of it be gold. Also, this brush is fucking dead already. This packet of brushes I got from Amazon for super cheap from Pandafly, fucking worthless. Like, the definition of worthless. Alright. And then he has like a heart gem. Looks to me like it should have a gold wrapper like that. Yeah. Alright. Let's do a couple like that. We can see how that we feel about them. So I think that's pretty damn good, to be honest. Sorry, is my cat in the camera? Detail painting on camera is not something I often do. So I'm still like trying to get the hang of it, right? I'm just so used to holding the models like so close to my face. Also, I need to stop cleaning this paint off my brush with my mouth because it's some rancid shit. The real challenge is going to be that everybody's shoulder pads are slightly different. Alright, so figuring out where to paint for each one's a little bit different, which is kind of annoying. A lot of them seem to have this bone ridge that goes down the back, like down the top. I'd like to keep that bone color if possible. So yeah. And the gold's gonna need. I don't know if it necessarily needs 2 coats everywhere, but the blades definitely are. Just so they have a nice, like, consistentness to them. Right? Like that. So I tell you what, we'll do like 5 guys. Then we'll set them aside. And then like do like 5 more and then come back and do washes on those first 5 guys, something like that. But yeah, so I think earlier I was talking about the new stuff in EOD and Under Dragons. So there's going to be a bunch of new story, obviously because it's a new expansion. And there's going to be 4 new zones, and like a 5th zone, which I think is like a city. I think it's like a Lion's Arch equivalent, but for the new expansion. Or like Amnoon, I guess. Or like I think that how they wanted Tarir to be, but fucking Tarir was terrible because everything in that expansion was terrible. So you're getting essentially 5 new zones, one of which is a city, and then. That's pretty badass, because a lot of those zones are things that are references to Guild Wars 1. So, there's like the big, there's the big like trees that the Kurzik used to live in. I think there's one that's like a Jade Sea section in Guild Wars 1. So that's pretty cool. And there's all this stuff about the new city, like and how it's like crazy advanced. And so you're also going to get a new mastery tree, which is going to let you do a bunch of stuff. Like getting speed boosts out in the world and self-resing and all kinds of like crazy like utility life stuff that like honestly is just awesome to have. Nothing that's like you have to have it. It's all just stuff that's really cool to have. Alright, these brushes are falling apart so quickly. I'm literally... Oh, I grabbed the wrong one, that's why. Fuck. No wonder. I'm literally going to have a brush just to paint the little heart gems. Because these brushes are falling apart so quick. That's because I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, see, this guy doesn't have a heart gem. Oh, I know he does. He does. Just isn't, like, sticking out like everyone else's is. Go. Let's get through 5 of these guys. That's 1/6. Then we can do gems and stuff on them. Tell you what, I might actually just do the shoulder pads and the gems with this brush and use the other brush for the other stuff. Yeah, so then we got 2 new mounts. So we have a siege turtle, which is like a living siege engine that 2 people can ride on. And then we have a like a skimmer kind of little boat thing, which is going to let you set up a platform so you can fish and stuff from it, which is pretty cool. You're also going to get new soul or new like mastery and weapon for each class. And yeah, that's sort of all the big on the box features. People are talking about how they like to hide like usually one big feature in every expansion. So I'm really hoping, really hoping for a new race. I don't think it'll happen, but it would be really cool. It would be super duper dope, but I don't think it'll happen. It'd be really cool though if it did, because then you could have the Tengu, which are like these bird people. I'm not a big bird fan, but the Tengu are really neat. From like just a design perspective, because they're a little like dragony, I guess. And they're pretty cool. And they're this race that sort of withdrew from the world and has kind of been hiding. So it'd be kind of cool if they were like a thing, maybe like a hidden thing, like maybe after you beat the story or something, you'd unlock the ability to make one. Something like that would be pretty cool. Because I would totally turn my hunter into a Tengu. Just because like all the different races and stuff are fun, right? Like, I still think the Char are the best race, but like right now I'm playing an Asura. Just because with the fact they're going to add like a whole golem like class, I'm super into that. I kind of want like my own little Gundam. And in my brain, that character should probably be an Asura. So right now my main's gonna be an Asura. Alright, so these guys here, they have all their gold. So they're gonna go just over here. These guys here, they have some of their gold. They have like their shoulder pads and their chest gem painted. I decided instead of 5 I would do 10. And then we'll figure out what we're doing next. If it's keeping going with these guys or just keep going with the gold. Kind of want to see some guys a little more finished. So I think I might take this 10-man unit all the way to completion once I get there. Like I think I'll do the gold because we got 3 there, so I need 7 here. That's 5, so I need 2 more. I think I'll do all the gold on these guys, and then we'll do all the blue on these guys like that. And we'll then let them dry, and then we'll hit them with washes, and yeah. I think just having something that's maybe a little closer to being done would be nice. Little nice, like, kind of morale boost. Because I've got a ton done. I would be extremely happy to have this done any day of the week, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, I'm on the clock here. Gotta get my army done. Before the game comes out, man. You know? That's how you do it. Alright, that's 6. One more, and then we go back through their shields. We'll do this guy. And the question is, what part of the weird bones on him do I paint gold? What parts do I not? Got a really weird helmet, this guy does. Praise Joko. Yes, everything else on the helmet's like bone. Except for like the gem holder in the middle. Everything else is bone on there. Alright. Let's get some more gold out. Let's get these guys touched up with their gold. And we'll hit them up with their blue. And we'll have our first unit ready for washes. Ugh. Wait, did I not just get gold out? I did. Okay. Looks like I swore I did. Alright, now he joins the Goldie McGold pile. Well, the gold weapons are probably going to need a second coat, to be honest. If they want to have like a nice consistent gold like edge to them. So what I actually think I'm going to do, instead of doing the blue on those guys next, I think I'm actually going to go through and do everyone's weapons. I keep changing my plan. You gotta stick to a plan, man. I keep changing it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think that's the most useful use of batch painting for these guys, is to get them all to a point where they're ready for their second coats for their weapons without doing all the detail painting. And then I'll hit them with a second coat for their weapon when they are when they're getting their actual detail painting. I think that's probably the best case. So it's like shields and swords kind of thing, I think. Alright. 6 guys joined the painted pile. Well, more painted, rather, pile. They are not fully painted yet. Bone Reaper guys are cool as shit, man. And the Battle Force box, really, really, really nice. Just a wonderful box. You just get such a nice selection of the units from it. It's crazy. I think the Bone Reaper one is one of the ones that's like instantly sold out though. Speaking of stuff going on sale, the Eldario went up on pre-order today. And to no one's surprise, they're stupidly expensive. Like, even for GW, I personally think they're like insanely expensive. There's one thing that's like $45 for one guy. Or no, for like two guys, and I'm just like, ooh. I mean, they look like really nice models, but elves are not for me. And they're even less for me when they're $45 for two guys. I'm just like, ouch. I mean, GW is always crazy with their HQ units, and it's because they actually price everything based on how many you need in the army. That's why troops are always cheaper, despite the fact you get more of them in a box. But it's like it's just like fucking insane. Looking at the Eldar prices this morning. Like I was genuinely like, whoa, fuck, you know. I'm kind of like taken aback by them. It really, because I actually like the upcoming Kill Team box quite a bit, but it really makes me worry for that. I'm expecting that to go. Wait, no, you don't have shoulder pads painted. Who else doesn't have painted shoulder pads? Now, what? Everyone else here? So that's what? 410. Okay, they're good. I'm really expecting the new Kill Team box to go up on sale next week. Or it'll be AOS week, and they'll do the Fire Slayer and the Fish Elf Codex, which should be cool. So then that marches us a little bit closer to getting the Nighthaunt Codex, which we're looking forward to. But I'm also expecting that Kill Team box to go up on sale. I was actually debating grabbing it too. I do like the Chaos add-on sprue a lot. I don't really care about using it for Kill Team. It just seems like a good box. And I like the terrain in it a lot. I think it would go really well with my Necromunda terrain. But looking at the prices on the Eldar so far have got me like, whoa. So I'm expecting that Kill Team box to be fucking out there. Which is a real crazy Jamie. Crazy motherfucker. Those boxes are already pretty expensive to begin with. They're already like 170 or something, right? So I'm expecting this one to be like 210. Or something where it's just a little much. Like I probably wouldn't do anything with the Eldar. At least not anything meaningful. Besides just paint them and be like, these are cool models. So, like, I'd essentially probably be paying for an elf tax for elves I don't really want. You know what I mean? That kind of sucks. But we'll see. We'll see. See how much it is. And go from there. Oh! I've got a lot of kick-ass AOS stuff. I've got a lot of Legion stuff to work on, so I don't really need anything new to work on. I've got Malifaux stuff to work on, and so a big box like that's probably not in my future. I might pick up the AOS Ghost box depending on when it comes out, but it's probably a couple months out at least still. So might be a thing I ask for Christmas. Not Christmas, for my birthday. We'll see though. We'll see. No way to tell right now. Just gotta wait and see what happens. It's like I would also like to do some more Legion, to be honest, too, which is also a thing. Be cool to do like maybe a Rebels army or an Imperial army. Would be super rad. Like doing Imperials and doing like either remnants, like Imperial remnants where all their armor's fucked up, or doing a like Rogue One, like beach force with like Death Troopers and Krennic and all that would be super cool too. So yeah, I don't know. So many projects, so many minis. You know, not even getting to play any fucking games. I'm already like, oh man, what's my next project going to be? As I'm sitting here doing a 24-hour stream to paint an army. God, you can tell I'm a fucking mess, can't you? Like, I'm literally doing a 24-hour stream to paint an army. And I'm like, man, I could pick up some Death Troopers and a box of Shore Troopers and like Krennic and, you know, man, ATST. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a skirmish size force. Dumbass right here, I tell you what. Excuse me. Alright. These guys are not done, but we're moving in that direction, you know? Knocking out their weapons and stuff, so... because they're going to probably require 2 coats. So because of that, if I get 1 coat down now, when I come back to do the rest of their gold detail painting, I should be able to do the 2nd coat and then call them done. Alright. So sort of foreloading some of my work here with these guys. I'll tell you what, let's get up to another 10 of their weapons done, and then we'll do like the Gothazar's weapons or something. He's got like shields on his chest, and then he's got 2 big scythe things. So he's got a couple gold pieces. But yeah, I'm going to be curious tomorrow to see what they announce for next pre-orders. Because there's a weird mix of stuff out there right now. Like AOS has 2 books that are behind. 40K's books coming out. They announced the Tyranid book's going to come, but like, haven't showed off anything else for it. So... Go. So like, I personally don't think that's anywhere near coming out. As much as I love my Tyranids, I really just not interested in 40K right now. Just because, I don't know, state of the game is not super great. It's just in a weird balance place, and everything's just like so shooty. A lot of the rules are just so complex. It's like, I just want fun thematic rules. Like last weekend when I played Warcry, like that's what I want, right? It was just so good. Like that game, oh my god, like playing it was so good. It was so fucking good. Like it was just wonderful. It's just this thematic, awesome, wonderful book of greatness. Yeah. I just super loved it. And yeah, like that's really what I want for every game system, right? And I got it for AOS because I got it for Warcry, but 40K really needs that, right? Like, what New Kill Team is just, it's bad. Like, it's not a bad game because it's rip-off Legion, right? But like, the focus of it is bad. Because it has this really weird focus on like being competitive, and it's like that's not where your strength is. Like the skirmish games actually being more casual is where their strength is. I like Warcry, but I digress. Because, like, Legion is very nice as far as games go, like big scale games go, because it's very casual with a very high skill ceiling. Like if you take your Legion force seriously, you can like fucking wham bam the next person into like the next fucking century. Or you can just be like, I like Wookiees, and take like 40 Wookiees. And that's really, really strong, right? Like really like compelling. I mean, not like it's very good to take 1 billion Wookiees, I don't know. But like it's really compelling that like those two sides of the cards are there, right? Because like your Wookiee force, it's going to at least be able to play and do stuff. It's not like if you take a bad 40k force and your enemy takes a meta 40k force, like you're literally just going to get tabled in turn 1. And that really sucks. And part of that is the power of alternating activations, which Legion has and 40k does not. And the fact that they just still let you feel like you're able to play, right? Like even if you get shot apart in turn 1, at least if you've gotten to move models and attack and do stuff, it feels a lot better than if you just showed up to the match and everything died before you got to do anything, right? There's nothing more disheartening than you putting a model down and not getting to move it, right? Like that fucking sucks. And you know, if you're playing with a competitive mindset, there are some models that like when they show up on the battlefield, you should do that, right? Like you should empty both balls into that model, even though it means your enemy's going to have a bad time, right? They're going to have a negative play experience, but like if you want to win, like you need to get it off the table kind of thing. And I really like that while Legion, like that happens in Legion, it doesn't happen as much as it does in 40k. Largely because of alternating activations. Alternating activations take care of a lot of that. So at least usually you get to move something, right? Because Legion generally doesn't have the power projection that 40k does either. So, yeah. Oh boy, more bots. I don't understand why the bots do this. I really don't. Like, I don't understand what they get out of it. Right? Like, I'm assuming it's some kind of like link that they're spamming, and it's getting transformed by the text like filter that YouTube has. I'm assuming that's what's happening. Like I'm assuming this link is like, you know, hot MILFs in your area, and it's just getting transformed by the text filter into bum today. But like I still like I wonder like what they get out of it, you know? Like infect someone's computer with malware or something, like the level of effort has to be to have this many bots doing this, right? Because we've had what, like 4 or 5 bots show up to do this. You know, like with that level of effort, like I don't know. I don't see there being a ton of return on investment there. But I mean, that's why I'm not like a Russian bot farm, so you know. Alright. There we go. Everyone's weapon and shield painted for those guys. Let's do the Gothazar Harvester now. You got some big cool blades. I know I said it's just going to do just his swords. I kind of want to paint him all the way. So I think we will. Let's see, there's his shoulder pads and his arm pads, and that's like it. Oh, and his chest pads and his leg pads. Alright, he actually has a pretty lot of gold on him then. Yeah, see, so he's got those two on each arm, and then he's got this here in the chest. He's got some on the top of the leg, too. Like that. Oh. Okay. You know, actually at the rate that I'm going, I might actually be done on the detail painting today. I haven't done the shoulder pads and stuff. That's like the slow part, but got a lot done so far for only 4 hours. Literally, tomorrow might just be washes and basing. Alright? And part of the basing, like the part that's like pads and stuff. Not pads, like grass pods, grass tufts. Like I'm not even gonna be able to do that tomorrow because I need to top coat them first. You can't top coat after you put grass on, so that just gets all fucked up. All right, fuck, we're really rocking and rolling. The bases are gonna need full cleanup still, so still got a lot to do. But yeah, we're coming along. Okay, not gonna lie, I kind of want to finish up the Gothazar Harvester. But I can't, I shouldn't. I've got gold still left. So we'll use up this gold, and then we'll come back and finish him up. See, he's just a fucking awesome model. We'll give him one gold toenail. And the one big toe he has. Kind of want to do gold teeth, but I also kind of don't. I don't know what the right option is there. And then this thing is a like gold medallion that this like skeleton hand is holding up. Look at that in. Interestingly enough, this guy's actually going to require some of the most colors because he's got birds and all kinds of stuff. There we go. Yeah, I do like the gold fingernails. They're cool. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna put him down. We got more gold weapons to paint. That's what we're doing. Ugh, we're painting more gold weapons. See, he's such a cool model. I could literally just paint him, not bat an eye. But in the interest of good use of our time, we're going to do our first coat on everyone's weapons, and then when we come back to do detail painting on them, they'll get their second coat on the weapons, and they will be golden then. Literally. More gold. More gold. Ugh. Coming up in 5 hours, team. 5 hours of painting. And our guys are really coming along. Really happy with the dry brushing. It came out really, really well. We had to start from scratch for a couple test models, but that's okay. That happens. You know, worst case, you know, we'll finish them up tomorrow. It's only like 4 troops and 2 HQs, so it's not a big deal. Not a huge deal. So it would be cool to get all these guys all their detail painting done. We are making really, really good time. Like, ironically, yesterday took like twice as long as I thought it would, but today we're actually already making better time than I thought we would, so it's kind of an interesting trade-off there. The dry brushing went a lot faster than I thought. I was kind of expecting it to take like multiple hours, but it really just kind of rock and rolled. And I really, oh my god, like I'm in super love with the effect. Super duper love with the effect. My fucking arm is getting sore from painting so much. Man. Feeling like a bit of a derp since I'm like legit getting sore from painting. Like I know I'm leaning in a little bit today so I can really do the detail painting and see everything, right? But man, kind of feeling like a derp here. I love these little like hand hatchets. They're just such cool designs. They're just like, they look kind of ethereal, but like they're also like pretty fucking vicious looking. I just super dig it. Alright, that's that guy down. 2 more guys for just base gold painting. Oh. Alright. This guy's got a big gold breastplate we can paint in. Each of these guys has like gold van bracers and pauldrons and stuff too, but we'll get those when we get to their detail sections. I don't know why I wanted to stop to paint that breastplate in. I just wanted to. So, last but not least, any gold on this fucker right here. It's gonna be... I'm gonna do the bone chains in gold. So there's actually not a lot of room for gold on this thing, but I want to mix some in. So we'll do the bone chains in it. It'll also really help those details kind of stand out. These should probably just be bone colored, but I think that it's in the best interest to do them in gold. I was going to do these in gold, but they kind of like go in and like fuse into the bone there, so we're going to ignore them. We're not going to do them in gold. I am going to do the bone chain that's running through the middle though. That's going to be gold. As well as a couple of the tools they have, like the shovel and stuff like that. The blade that's stuck on the side, that's going to be gold. This guy's like spyglass. Stuff like that. This whole thing here is going to be gold. Not the entire thing, but the parts that like aren't bone, they're going to be gold. So like it's going to be like a golden block. Because I'm going to fully detail paint this gold. When we're done here, I'm going to stand up for like a couple minutes and take a stretch. Actually, you know, when we're done painting this block, I'm going to do that because my back's hurting a little bit. So we will take a 5-minute stretch, and then I'll be back at it. Yeah, I'll be back at it. All right. So, be right back. 5 minutes. Whoop-ah. And we're back. We're back. Oh. God, I've been stretched. It helped, I think. Whew. And 5 hours so far. I'm streaming for 11 and a half hours total from yesterday. Oh. Behold what 11 and a half hours of work looks like. I am I am really running out of steam, I ain't gonna lie. I'm in the I want to sit on my ass and play GW2 mode right now. But we got it. We can do this, team. We're gonna do some of the more complicated detail work. And add a couple more models to the fully painted gold pile. That's what we're going to do right now. So far I've got 10 troops in there. I'm going to get this catapult in there. All right. Not sure what we'll pop in there after that, but we'll put something in there. Maybe more troops. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But man, I am running out of steam. I tell you what. Oof, man. I kind of want to go play GW2 and just take a nap. Like fall asleep doing Dragonstorm or something. That's what I want to do. Fall asleep while I wait for it to quaddle or something like that. We're just painting these gold because it's fun. Not because it's a detail that makes particular sense, but because it's just fun. So, should probably be limiting the number of details that I'm choosing to do this to, but I think it adds a cool look to the whole thing. And just some personality, which it already has in spades, but still fun. I made a little mistake there. I was just like, you know what? We can update the whole design to go with it. When life gives you lemons sometimes, you just gotta rock and roll with lemons. Like that, the claws going all the way up like that in gold, it looks fine. Right? And if anything, it's more visible than just the little claws. Right? That gives us So there's a bunch of gold there, which is nice. And we got this guy's like weird spyglass thing here is going to be gold. He actually has a little loop on his belt we're going to have to paint in cloth. And this thing here, paint the centerpiece here gold. And we'll keep the tail fin and the front of it in bone if we can. Right now we're just trying to get a little bit more color throughout the model, so it's not just like a giant bone colossus, right? We want some more color on it. All right, so adding little hints of stuff here and there. That's our goal. This guy, the knife, and the blade on this guy's knife here. That can be gold as well. I'm not going to be able to paint the other side of that, unfortunately, but you'll never see it from the other side. Then we got to do this front armor here in gold as well. So we'll swap brushes, reload our gold. I was debating doing all these fingers in gold, but I think that's a little much, considering there won't be as much gold in the front here. Oh, that's cloth. This little piece here in the front. Interesting. I didn't realize that until I painted it gold. Okay. Well, we got to break the cloth out for that other guy's one strap anyway. And the strap of that knife there. So, yeah, we can fill that in too. Interesting to know. I didn't even notice that was cloth until I painted it gold. And I was like, why does this not match the like design aesthetic of the other pieces? It's because it's cloth, Josh. That's why. All right, I'm gonna paint this roll here in gold as well, because this is the like where the bone like chain rolls up. So that's gonna be gold too. All right. Okay. Let's second coat this Mama Jama. Just needs it, unfortunately, so. Honestly, I kind of just want to keep working on this catapult. And like get it complete. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to finish the catapult like totally. So, other colors I need matte black. paint in the skulls and stuff. There we go. Alright, so I can paint all that in there. Because that's all going to get color shift paint. What the fuck? Give me some of the black paint. For some reason the bottle just squirted out like a super tiny bit of medium. Super weird. Can I have some black paint now, please? Weird. There we go. Nice. Since we're working on finishing them up, we might as well hit these here too. Yeah, I kind of want to get something like fully all the way done for top coat kind of deal, you know? So I think we're going to do that. Since I've got the black out though, we're going to work on some other guys that need the black since I got some out. Right, so like this. That's all going to become color shift. So we'll do those there. All right. And these guys are actually going to need some black, like painted up into their bodies too, like up in here. Actually, I might just be able to do that now. No, yeah, they've got it in their legs too, which is a problem. I need to break the other brush out for that. So we won't bother doing the bodies right now. We'll just use up our leftover paint on the big areas. We're almost out of it anyway. Just to use up some of that paint. Right. Let's see. This needs cloth color now. So let's break the cloth color back out. There's some cloth spots I missed apparently on this model. I didn't think there was any, but apparently there are some. I apparently also missed a gold spot. Let me do that real quick. So I just noticed it out of the corner of my eye. The back of the chain that holds the hand down is actually gold. I totally missed it. Maybe like 1 in a billion people will notice it, but I'll know I didn't paint it if I don't paint it. So there we go. There we go. Cool. All right. Okay. So let's see. We've got some cloth here, and we've got some cloth down on the front. As well. And then the one guy's got a cloth strap on the dagger on his hip, and then one guy has a cloth strap holding the spyglass on his hip. So both those need to be painted too. Go. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's coming along. To be honest, I'm pretty fucking happy with how it's coming along too. I'm quite happy with this sucker. Really, with this whole army, I didn't think my order of operations would work as well as it did, but man, it worked out really good. And produced a pretty boss result so far. There's some dog hair on him. Trying to get it off, team. Fucking dog hair. It's still there. Probably do that guy's hammerhead in gold too, just so it matches everything else. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll hit those tools in gold as well. Since we've got the cloth color down, let's use it to do a second coat of some of these big areas here. Thanks. There will be a wash going out over this, but we do want to still have very clear, consistent color. Alright, so there's banner guy there. I need to differentiate these piles a little in my brain, and then we'll finish up the catapult. Alright, so this is the golden weapons, needs more gold details. This is the everything's gold details group. And that's 10 troopers, 10 guys. Oh, that's it. This catapult will soon be joining that group as well. I would like to get all the gold details painted on everything before I call it for today. Do I think that's possible? Yes. Am I heavily running out of steam? Yes. I think if I can get all that done though, this will be nice and easy to finish up tomorrow. And I'll have a really quick chill run tomorrow where I can work on work on their bases and do any fixes, do all the gems and stuff like that. I think that's probably where I really want to get to, is to have all of the gold bits done on everything today. So it'll give me gems to do tomorrow, any fixes to do tomorrow, and then washes, and then basing, and they're done. All right. It's gonna be a weird one while I get a weird detail. This guy's got like one of those like things they use to cut off like bull balls. Some kind of like weird clamp thing. That's what he looks like he's got. Okay, nice, we're good. We are golden. Literally. There we go. That's all of our golden details, all of our cloth details. Make any progress with the Skelly boys. Corns each mix up so we can give some time. Yeah, I mean, stuff's definitely getting better, so I'll definitely be coming out to play again. Alright, so he's going in the detail pile. All the gold detail pile. That's where he's going. Alright, let's check our buddy the Gothazar Harvester, because I think he's pretty close to going in that pile too. He should just need second coats on pretty much everything, which is not this is not a good brush for that. Oh. This is the better brush for that. Yeah, so this guy just needs second coats on everything, and then he's ready to go in that pile too. And then I guess what we'll do is we'll go through and do some more troops, I guess. Even though I don't wanna. I don't know why, I just fucking hate painting the troops' shoulder pads. Like, I would legitimately debate just being like, no, they don't have the gold shoulder pads. But, like, it would just not match any of the other models' aesthetics. Because, like, everywhere there's, like, this banded metal, I've done it gold. So, like, I can't skip it on their shoulder pads. That would look really bad. And personally, I know why I'd be skipping it. Because I don't like painting it. think I feel like I'm screwing up every time I paint him. But yeah, there he is. There's our friend the Gothazar Harvester. Ready to rip and tear. He goes in the pile of all my details painted until tomorrow. Alright, let's knock out a couple of these troops. So for each one of these guys, we need to hit their weapons again. The weirdest yell. Then I need to hit their shoulder pads and their little chest nugget. So if I can get all the gold detail painted done, that means that I got all the bones done today. I got all the cloth done today, and all the gold done today. Fuck! I only painted one shoulder pad. What the fuck? I'm like a crackhead. It's pretty badass, and that leaves me with blue for tomorrow. Which, let's be real, there's not actually a lot of blue. Right? There's a very tiny amount of blue. Any cleanup I want to do, and then basing and washing. Really, the basing is just going over everybody's base again. I'll be turbo honest. That might be a thing I actually just do tonight. No, I won't do that. I've done everything on stream so far. I can't cheat and do something off stream now. That defeats the whole purpose of the streaming challenge, you know? There are like little cloth straps up here. Let's see. These guys all have those. I should do those. Alright, so I'll tell you what we're going to do. This guy, and the Gothazar Harvester all have them. So we're going to paint all them up, and then we're going to do those. Shoulder pads and trim get monotonous. They wear you down with the same colors a lot. Yeah, agreed. I just... like... there's not really very clear lines on a lot of these shoulder pads. So I feel like I'm painting them wrong as I paint them. Like what is bone and what should be metal. It seems like there's like one bone piece that runs along the back, and the rest of it should be metal, but like, I don't know. And I just feel like I'm painting the wrong stuff, the wrong colors. I think that's why I don't like painting them. But yeah, because like some of these guys, they feel like they have different designs, and then some guys feel identical. Because like some of them feel like they have like a golden what should be a golden like collarbone, and then some of them don't. It's more of a benefit than cheating. What's more of a benefit than cheating? I try to, I don't know. Like, I don't know. There's not really any, like, it's your hobby, you know what I mean? There's no really, like, cheating in it. When I use this gold up, we'll take a break and do the straps and the banners. Oh. Some of the off-stream shortcuts. Oh, well, I haven't taken any yet, and we're looking at 11 hours of working on this army. So I'd prefer not to take any yet. So I prefer not to take any if I can, right? Because I'm still, as long as I can get all this gold done today, I am well on track for finishing these models tomorrow morning. So, and I like the idea of being like, this army was painted entirely on stream, start to finish. Like, so I'm going to try not to take any off-stream shortcuts, because these guys really have been painted entirely on stream. The only thing I didn't do was prime them on stream, and that's because I have to do that. I can't do that in the hobby room because I'm using a spray can. You know? So... yeah, I can. I will avoid any off-stream work on these. Tomorrow we do have a couple guys to start basically from fresh, from the start. They're the test models that we fucked up earlier today. Yeah, fucked up's an unfair term. They're the test models that we did earlier today, just so we can bring them up to these guys' standard. So they're going to need to be fully painted tomorrow. Which isn't really that bad. It just means that, like, that's something else I got to account for. Because I still think we should be fine to finish tomorrow, like in a couple of hours, right? Like I think if I devoted 8 hours tomorrow to this, I could stop right now. But I'd rather have the bulk of the work, like, done and dusted for when I move into the sort of like the victory lap, you know? Like, I very much consider the bases and stuff the victory lap, so. And they'll all just need to get touched up tomorrow and stuff like that. Touch up the black things on them, put the shiny oil on them, you know, put the gems on these guys. Stuff like that. Go. Ugh. God, I fucking love this model. He's just so cool. Like, whoever really designed this at GW really, really, really needs a raise. Like, they should take whoever designed this and Lau Kavai and make them, like, kings of the company. Like, for real. extra straps we found. And then back to the gold. Back to that gold. So yeah, there's a couple more details. A couple of these models are going to have like custom details that need to be painted too, like the Gothazar Harvester. These guys need their white touched up. They probably do. Like the HQs, you know, they're gonna need some custom details with custom colors. But that's all good. And they're sort of one of those things that I'll do when I'm doing the really tiny details like the gems and stuff. I'm just using up the leftover white since I've got it on my palette right now. Let's actually do second coat of white for a couple more guys, and then we'll get back to the gold. So like the Gothazar Harvester has like a Stormcast helmet I need to paint, and he's got the crows on his back I need to paint, and then I need to paint the skulls in his belly, stuff like that. And now, and this one HQ right here, he is like living inside of like half sarcophagus with candles on it. Right, so I'm gonna have to paint the sarcophagus. Got to paint like the candles and all that stuff. So you know, he's got these severed heads here. You have to paint all that. So the HQs, they're going to need some special love tomorrow while we finish them up. Finish the rest of the army up. Each one of them is just going to be a little bit different, you know. Alright, back to the golden grind. GW just take whoever did the design and pro him to head. All models for plastic. Agreed. The Gothazar Harvester is like, it's like one of the like pinnacles of GW models. It really is. It's beautiful and intricate, but not like overly so. Yeah. Whoever did it really needs a raise, because they just did a fantastic job. And I'm a really big fan of it. Also, yeah. The Gothazar Harvester, in my opinion, is up there with like the Elf Fox as far as great models go, because that thing probably is, truthfully, probably my favorite model. Or like the Maul Crusher from Arnjals, or the Sump Drake Beast from Cruel Boys. Like, there's just some really like god tier models out there. go. Did I paint this guy's little chest gem? I did. Okay, good. Alright. Alright, last regular guy, and then we're gonna swap over and do one of the big monsters again. I need a break from regular guys, because my forearm's literally starting to lock up from painting so much, so we're gonna swap to one of the bigger guys. Like it straight up feels like I've been lifting weights all day. And it's just from like holding my arm up. Sorry for smacking my lips there. It's just from like holding my arm up to do the little detail painting. So I got 7 little guys, 1 HQ, 6 spiders, and 2 big dragons to do. We are going to get them done today, fam. Yes, we are. Alright. This guy, he actually needs a big brush. Thankfully, these spider guys don't have a ton of armor. Yeah, I mean, really, that's pretty much it for a spider guy. They're actually less gold detail painting than a regular trooper. Yeah, like look at the cool posing of the head there. It really was a good call for me to not magnetize these heads, because I did it with my first batch, and while it's funny to have the head spin around, you really can get much better pose if you don't magnetize it. I'd really maybe like magnetize it for like 1 just for the LOL of it, but then I would have static poses for the others, so they can definitely have like cooler looking poses if you don't magnetize it. I mean, really, who besides me would think about magnetizing the head so it spins around though? So like, it's kind of a moot point, but I just wanted to state it. There we go. Sword again. There we go. So the 3 spider guys done. I guess we'll just do this 1 spider guy, and then I guess we'll go back to doing a couple little guys. One of these spider guys has shoulder pads. At least I thought they did. I guess they don't. I swear I gave one of these spider guys shoulder pads. Guess not. I'll take it if it means less gold to paint. All right. Trying to think if maybe, so we're closing in on the end of the gold, right? I wonder if I should do a couple more, because there's a black color, right? That a couple of models are going to get. The Gothazard's Harvester's going to get it. These guys with the wings here, they're going to get it. This HQ here is going to get it. I'm wondering if I should do that color as well. Today, right? And then I'll save blue for tomorrow. And shit, really, there's not that much blue. I could just do the blue too. I am trying to get to. I'm trying to do like 8-ish hours today. Maybe like 7 again. Alright, this is where I'm trying to go. I am at 6 right now. I will be done all the gold by the time I hit 7. So maybe that's a good spot to stop. I don't know. I want to make sure I'm done tomorrow. Which I think I would definitely be. Alright, so I'm really trying to get done before the expansion comes out. You know, since these are my Joko guys and all, really want to make sure I hit that. So. Alright. There we go. There we go. Alright. That's all the spider guys done and dusted. Let's do 3 more of the little guys. No, we need more gold. Alright. Another one done and dusted. But yeah, man. I've been talking for 11 hours this weekend. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty dead and out of talking. I really am. But we can do it. I've got faith in myself. I've been saving up my energies. You know, banking them spoons. We can do this. Alright, like the stream is mental health proof to myself that I can accomplish it. You know, I can still tough it out together, because I've had a hard beginning of the year just because my brain is stupid. So this is my proof that I can still kick that ass if I got to. You know, still get it done. Who am I proving it to? Nobody but me. But that's what we doing here. Whew, all right. These halberds are fucking pointy. Fuck, I totally missed this guy's sword, apparently. I guess because it was like up in this other pose. My brain didn't even put together that I needed to paint it. Well, it's definitely a good thing I decided to go back then. Whew. Alright. Alright. 3 more troops. 1 HQ. 2 fine monster guys. That's how I feel right now. We're almost at 12 and a half hours. Oh, we're almost at 12 and a half hours of total stream time. Man, we've been trucking. And honestly, I am damn happy with how these guys have turned out. I am not going to lie. I am like super happy with how they're turning out. Oof. Sorry, team. I'm running out of steam. Well tired. Oh shit, here's the bird. Oh yeah, I broke him off the thing. Okay, let's put that on real quick. I was like, fuck. He came off of this. Ugh. He's supposed to sit on the front there. That's where I wanted him. Gotta have Mr. Bird. Right? Like, gotta have Mr. Bird. He's too cool not to have. Except that all his glue just came off because I put it in the wrong spot. Yeah, oh yeah. Mr. Bird. Gotta have Mr. Bird. Be really cool to have like a caster for these guys that's just like surrounded in big zombie, like in zombie crows that are flying all around him. Be really cool. Like he's just this giant swirl of like zombie crows. Be pretty boss. It'd be even cooler if he was like actually like, if he was like an HQ unit. But when you bought him, he was like a big box, and in the box was like a 10 unit of like zombie crow creatures, and he would just get to summon it every round. That'd be cool. And they'll all just come in one big box. Okay, this is the last foot trooper that we have painted. There are technically 4 more outside that I had to respray, and that is the last foot trooper for now. Alright, let's get these guys' bodies done, right? And then we can do their weapons. Some gold here, back of the arms, the back of the arms, like that. Okay, and then you know what? We want to paint their fucking toenails. Yeah, we do. That's a cool thing the Awakened have. And I think it does look really cool. So we're going to do that. So we'll have some Golden toenails. Alright. We'll have to hit those from the other side. We also just need more gold paint. And we'll do the weapons once we're done with the bodies. And the really neat thing is these guys are actually... Are these ones interchangeable? No. The spears and the hand weapons are interchangeable on these guys. But I guess they have different spears. So this guy technically has a spear if I want him to have one as well. It's just in a bag and not painted. There we go. Alright, now let's do the other side of the feet. The beans. Give me the beans. There we go. Alright. Now it's weapon time. Alright, so I think we will definitely call it when we're all done with the gold. It's like my forearm is fucking screaming. So what does that leave us for tomorrow then? That leaves us blue. The blue gems that a couple of the models have. It's on the wrong side, if it's on the wrong side. That leaves us black. It's going to be black touch up in a couple areas, like this guy's pole arm here. That needs to be all black. Some spots on like the Gothazar Harvester need to be black. And then all those black spots, they all need to get hit with color shift paint. Alright? And then we need to hit all of the black spots on the bases with color shift paint. Ugh, fuck. Ugh. And then we need to touch up all of the bases as well. My arm wasn't hurt, and I would legit be like, let's touch up all the bases right now. Like my forearm is like screaming at me. So I don't think I should. I should probably take that break. We'll call it for today. We are well on track for finishing tomorrow, which is nice. So, ideally we will be all done tomorrow. And then be fully painted in time for EOD. Which is cool as shit. Yeah, you can see I'm getting tired because like I'm just swapping randomly as I see stuff now, and that's really not how I should be painting. That's gonna lead to me doing things like smudging things with my fingers and just like painting stuff I really shouldn't. Because I'm just like, oh, this I guess should be gold, you know. Yeah, so we'll wrap up here. Once this guy's all done, we'll take a look at everything and then we'll call it for today. And I'm gonna go zone out, play some fucking Guild Wars. And yeah, just call it a night pretty much. Whew. And we'll be back tomorrow to finish. Fuck, that hurts. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the models that we got done today. And how far we've come. We've gone from, in 2 days and about just shy of 13 hours, we've gone from still in the box to assembled, and some detail painting in there, right? A lot of these models, they pretty much just need any blue gems that they have touched up, and then maybe a little bit more bit of touch up, and then they're golden. They're ready for washes at that point and to finish their basing, right? Like, look at this guy. This guy was in pieces yesterday, right? And here he is. Most of his colors already painted, everything. He is ready to rock. You know, he's going to get a black wash over everything, and that's pretty much it. I mean, shit, I actually might not even black wash over the bone, because I really like how it looks. Like, look at the Gothazar Harvester, right? I really like how that looks. I might not black wash over that. I legitimately might just leave that as is, and black wash over the gold. So this guy needs a couple custom colors. He needs some like colors for the birds and stuff. So like, we can paint the birds real quick. We can paint Mr. Bird. We can do it. So this is like a super dark, like ash gray. So I'm going to do the birds in. Because they're supposed to be crows, you know? Like, they should be black. Just like that. And we can do the bird on this one too. You know? What other colors do we got on this Gothazar Harvester? Kind of want to finish him up. What other colors we got on him? We need the base. Not doing the base right now. What other we got? We need blue, right? He's got some gems. Let's do some blue. He's got what, like 1, 2, maybe 3 gems. That's it. My arm's fucking screaming at me, but I really want to paint this guy. He's just fucking baller. So, we got one there. There's one up here. Just like that. And we got another one over here. Yeah. See? And that's really it for gems. I know there's one here on his back too. And so, there he goes. Alright, and that's it for gems. He needs a little bit of black touch up in his neck and stuff. And then he's done. Alright, and he's ready for washes after that. You know, maybe just touching these up so when I hit them with flesh wash they will stand out a little bit more. I did a little bit of this earlier. I just wanted to hit it again so that so they stood out as separate bones from the bone that he's made out of. You know what I mean? I'm gonna hit his like container with flesh wash, so they're still kind of like bloody. And anywhere they're like picking up bones, I'm gonna hit those too with a little bit of flesh wash. We're gonna let that dry because fuck it, we're finishing the Gothazar Harvester. We're doing it. We're doing it. He's too cool. We're gonna do it. My arm hurts like a motherfucker. Don't fucking matter. We're doing it. We're doing the Gothazar Harvester because he is cool as shit. Alright, what else does he need? He needs a helmet color for that Stormcast. Congratulations, Stormcast. You just got red armor. I don't know what sacrosanct chamber or whatever the fuck that makes you, but you just got red armor, my friend. There we go. All right. Okay, what else does he need? He needs some black. So I hit those skulls and stuff on his innards. So he just needs a little bit of black to hit these skulls that are inside his body there, right? Because all these constructs apparently run on skulls, like they're some kind of corn construct or something. So hit those couple spots there because they're also going to get color shift paint. And then since we got the blackout, bloody armor for the blood god. I mean, yeah, kind of. That red stormcast is like, yep, pretty much. Just using up the black since I got it. Since I got it out, we're just going to use it. So we're going to finish this Gothazar Harvester before we call it today. Fuck. Keep hitting the fucking bird. Alright. Well, while all that's drying, well, I guess we gotta hit this guy too. He's got some black on the inside too. And we've still got the black on the paint palette, so we might as well. Same thing with like this guy's stick. Hit that too. Right. Oh. Well, we still got it on the palette, so we might as well keep using it. Just going through and hitting the oil spots a little bit more. Since we got the black on the palette, that way then when we do the color shift on them, they'll look nicer. So it'll show through better. Alright, what else do we have to do in the Gothazar Harvester? He needs washes, and he needs some color shift paint. You know, I do think I will call it there. Because I think I want to do washes all at the same time. And the color shift paint, same thing. I think when I do color shift paint, I want to do it for everybody. Or at least have enough spots where it needs to get done. And I just don't feel like fucking with the bases anymore today. So, alright, we're calling it there. We're calling it there. Here's our buddy. The Gothazar Harvester. Looking like a boss. Tomorrow, blue gems for everybody. Couple little specific details for some of the other models, like the 1HQ. And then washes. Washes for everybody. And then color shift paint and basing touch up. And they are done. So tomorrow, really probably only a couple hours. Like 1 or 2 or 3 hours probably tomorrow. Yeah. I would keep going, but my fucking arm is killing me. So I really do need to call it there. But super happy with how they're coming out. They're really, really happy with them. Yeah. Pretty damn good, I'm not gonna lie. So tomorrow we'll be kicking off. The first thing we're probably gonna do, we're probably gonna go through and do all the gems first off. Following that, we will probably do the bases. And then we will go through and do washes and stuff. And intermix in there, we'll probably do the couple one-off models that I've got left. My like test models from today that I had to respray. We'll probably do those intermixed in there too. But yeah, that's everything. We've made a hell of a progress. But I'm gonna call it there. Go take a break and relax and rest my arm because it hurts really bad. And yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. Starting for round 3 tomorrow at 10 Hawaii Standard Time.